artificial intelligence list of conspiracy theories that are true. The Tuskegee syphilis study. The U.S. Public Health Service conducted an unethical study from 1932 to 1972, withholding treatment from African American men to observe the progression of syphilis. The Tuskegee syphilis study was a highly controversial and unethical medical research study conducted by the U.S. Public Health Service from 1932 to 1972 to 1972. The study aimed to examine the natural progression of untreated syphilis in African American men, but it involved numerous ethical violations and inflicted harm upon its participants. Study design. The study was designed to observe the progression of syphilis over time, specifically in African American men in Macon County, Alabama. It initially involved 600 participants, including 399 men with syphilis and 299 men with syphilis, and 201 without the disease, to serve as control. However, the number of participants fluctuated over the years. Deception and lack of informed consent. Participants were deceived and not provided with informed consent. They were told they were receiving free medical treatment for bad blood, a term commonly used to describe various health conditions. Withholding treatment. The most significant ethical violation of the study was the denial of appropriate treatment to participants. Even after penicillin became the standard treatment for syphilis in the 1940s, it was deliberately withheld from the participants, allowing the disease to progress and cause severe health complications. Inadequate monitoring. Despite the researchers' knowledge of the damaging effects of untreated syphilis, participants were not adequately monitored or treated for the disease. This resulted in unnecessary pain, suffering, and death among the participants. Duration of the study. The Tuskegee syphilis study spanned an astonishing 40 years. The study continued even after the publication of research results that demonstrated the effectiveness of penicillin in treating syphilis. Violation of ethical standards. The study violated multiple ethical principles, including autonomy, beneficence, and justice. The participants were denied the opportunity to make informed decisions about their health. They were not provided with proper treatment, and they were disproportionately affected due to their race. Public Health Service involvement. The Tuskegee syphilis study was sponsored and conducted by the EAS, a federal agency responsible for promoting public health. The involvement of a government agency in such an unethical study raises questions about the oversight and ethical standards of the time. Public revelation and fallout. In 1972, a whistleblower, Peter Buxton, exposed the study to the public. The revelation led to significant public outrage and sparked national discussions about medical ethics and the mistreatment of marginalized communities. Legal and ethical reforms. The Tuskegee syphilis study had a profound impact on research ethics and led to the establishment of important protections for human subjects in medical research. It played a crucial role in the development of modern ethical guidelines, including informed consent, institutional review boards, and ethical oversight committees. Apologies and compensation. In 1997, President Bill Clinton formally apologized to the survivors of the study and their families. The government also established the Tuskegee University National Center for Bioethics in Research in Healthcare to educate the public about research ethics and promote equitable health practices. The Tuskegee syphilis study serves as a powerful reminder of the importance of respecting the rights and well-being of research participants. It stands as one of the most egregious examples of medical research misconduct in history and continues to shape ethical discussions in the field of research. MKUltra, the CIA's mind control program that involved experiments with drugs, hypnosis, and psychological manipulation on unwitting subjects. MKUltra, also known as the CIA's mind control program, was a clandestine and highly controversial project conducted by the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency, CIA. From the early 1950s to the mid-1970s, the project's goal was to explore and develop techniques for interrogation, psychological manipulation, and mind control. Origins and motivation. MKUltra originated during the Cold War period, when the AIE became interested in exploring mind control techniques to gain an advantage in intelligence gathering and counterintelligence operations. The project's objectives were driven by fears of brainwashing, mind control by foreign powers, and the desire to uncover potential truth serums or mind-altering substances. Experimentation and subprojects. MKUltra consisted of numerous subprojects and experiments conducted at various institutions, including universities, hospitals, and prisons. These experiments involved a wide range of techniques, including drug administration, hypnosis, sensory deprivation, electroconvulsive therapy, ACT and psychological torture, LSD and drug testing. One significant aspect of MKUltra involved administering mind-altering drugs, most notably lysergic acid diethylamide, LSD, to unwitting subjects of LSD to unwitting subjects. The project aimed to study the effects of LSD on behavior, cognition, and susceptibility to suggestion. Both civilians and military personnel were unknowingly given LSD, sometimes leading to severe psychological distress. Unethical human experiments. MKUltra involved unethical human experimentation without informed consent or proper oversight. Subjects were often selected without their knowledge, and in many cases they were not provided with adequate information about the risks involved. The experiments caused significant harm to participants, including long-lasting psychological trauma. Use of cover organizations. To maintain secrecy and avoid public scrutiny, the CIA used cover organizations, such as front companies and research institutions, to disguise the true nature of their activities. These front organizations provided a veil of legitimacy for MKUltra research. Targeting of vulnerable populations. MKUltra experiments often targeted vulnerable populations, including prisoners, individuals with mental illnesses, and marginalized communities. The selection of these subjects raised ethical concerns about coercion and exploitation. Project Artichoke and Operation Midnight Climax. MKUltra was connected to related projects like Project Artichoke, which aimed to create ways to control individuals through various means, including hypnosis. Operation Midnight Climax, a subproject of MKUltra, involved covertly administering drugs to unwitting individuals in brothels to study the effects of drugs on behavior. Widespread destruction of documents. In the mid-1970s, as the existence of MKUltra came to light, the CIA ordered the destruction of most of the program's documents. This action hindered efforts to fully understand the scope and details of the project. Investigations and public revelation. In 1975, the U.S. Congress launched investigations into the CIA's activities, including MKUltra, which led to the public revelation of the project's existence and its unethical practices. Fallout and reforms. The revelations about MKUltra caused public outrage and led to significant reforms in research ethics. The project served as a catalyst for the creation of stricter regulations and oversight mechanisms for human subjects' protection in scientific research. MKUltra remains a symbol of the ethical boundaries that must be upheld in scientific research. Its unethical nature and violation of human rights continue to be a reminder of the need for rigorous oversight, informed consent, and adherence to ethical guidelines in all forms of experimentation and research. Cointelpro, the FBI's counterintelligence program, which targeted various activist groups and individuals, aiming to disrupt and discredit their activities. Cointelpro, short for Counterintelligence Program, was a covert and illegal operation conducted by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, in the United States from 1956 to 1970. The program aimed to infiltrate, disrupt, and neutralize various activist groups and individuals engaged in activities deemed subversive or threatening to national security. Origins and motivation. Cointelpro was initiated in response to perceived threats to the U.S. government and its interests, primarily during the Civil Rights Movement and the rise of various political and social movements in the 1960s. The FBI, under the leadership of J. Edgar Hoover, sought to suppress and undermine these movements to maintain the status quo. Targeted groups. Cointelpro targeted a wide range of organizations and individuals, including civil rights groups like the National Ajax, Iran for the Advancement of Colored People, NIAX-PAP, and the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, SLELC, as well as anti-war activists Black Panther Party, American Indian Movement, AIM, and socialist and communist organizations. Infiltration and surveillance. Cointelpro employed extensive infiltration and surveillance tactics to gather information, create divisions within targeted groups, and undermine their activities. FBI agents posed as activists, joined organizations, and reported on internal activities and plans. Disinformation and psychological warfare. The program utilized disinformation campaigns to sow discord and confusion within targeted groups. Agents spread false rumors, fabricated evidence, and manipulated public opinion through the media to discredit and undermine the movement's credibility. Provocative tactics. Cointelpro agents employed provocative tactics to incite violence, create divisions, and discredit targeted organizations. They encouraged infighting, framed activists for crimes they did not commit, and staged confrontations to depict targeted groups as dangerous and unstable. Harassment and intimidation. Cointelpro engaged in a range of harassment and intimidation tactics. This included physical surveillance, break-ins, wiretapping, blackmail, and the dissemination of personal information to employers, family members, and others in an attempt to isolate and demoralize activists. Assassination attempts. Though no successful assassinations have been conclusively linked to Cointelpro, there were documented instances where the program sought to disrupt and neutralize leaders by encouraging violence or even facilitating their removal through covert means. Martin Luther King Jr. targeting. One notable target of Cointelpro was civil rights leader Martin Luther King Jr. The FBI undertook extensive surveillance, wiretapping, and attempts to undermine his reputation, including sending an anonymous letter urging him to commit suicide. Public exposure and investigations. Cointelpro operations began to unravel when a group of activists broke into an FBI office in Media, Pennsylvania, in 1970, and leaked classified documents to the press. The ensuing public outcry led to congressional investigations into the FBI's activities, including Cointelpro. Legal and policy reforms. The revelations of Cointelpro and subsequent investigations led to significant legal and policy reforms. The FBI's activities were declared illegal, and regulations were enacted to restrict domestic intelligence operations and protect civil liberties. Cointelpro stands as a stark example of government overreach, abuse of power, and violations of civil rights. It serves as a reminder of the importance of maintaining transparency, accountability, and respect for civil liberties when addressing national security concerns. Operation Northwoods. The U.S. Department of Defense proposed staging false flag terrorist attacks to justify military intervention, though the plan was not executed. Operation Northwoods was a proposed plan by the U.S. Department of Defense during the early 1960s to stage false flag terrorist attacks on U.S. soil as a pretext to justify military intervention in Cuba. Although the plan was never executed, it revealed a shocking level of intent and willingness to deceive the public for geopolitical purposes. Historical context. Operation Northwoods was conceived against the backdrop of the Cold War and the heightened tensions between the United States and the Soviet Union. The U.S. government, led by President John F. Kennedy, was particularly concerned about the communist regime in Cuba under Fidel Castro, which had close ties to the Soviet Union. Purpose and objectives. The primary objective of Operation Northwoods was to create a pretext for military intervention in Cuba. The plan aimed to provoke public outrage and garner support for a military response by staging a series of terrorist attacks on U.S. targets, which would then be attributed to Cuban forces. Proposed false flag operations. The plan outlined a range of false flag operations that would create the appearance of Cuban aggression against the United States. These operations included hijacking planes, blowing up U.S. naval vessels, orchestrating terrorist attacks on American cities, and creating a wave of violence and chaos. Justification and public perception. The false flag operations were designed to manipulate public sentiment, creating an environment conducive to military intervention in Cuba. The intent was to generate widespread outrage and portray Cuba as a hostile nation that posed a direct threat to American lives and interests. Involvement of various government agencies. Operation Northwoods involved collaboration between different government agencies, including the Department of Defense, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the CIA, and other intelligence and military entities. The plan required coordination across these agencies to execute the proposed false flag operations. Motivations and geopolitical considerations. The United States had a vested interest in removing the communist regime in Cuba and limiting Soviet influence in the Western Hemisphere. Operation Northwoods aimed to provide a justification for direct military intervention, aligning with broader U.S. foreign policy objectives during the Cold War. President Kennedy's rejection. While Operation Northwoods was proposed, President Kennedy ultimately rejected the plan. He found the proposed actions morally and ethically unacceptable, viewing them as an abuse of power and an unjustifiable deception of the American public. Declassification and public awareness. The existence of Operation Northwoods became publicly known after the declassification and release of related documents in the early 2000s. The revelation of the plan sparked significant public scrutiny and raised concerns about government manipulation and the potential for false flag operations. Reflections on government accountability. Operation Northwoods serves as a reminder of the potential dangers of unchecked government power and the importance of transparency and accountability. The plan revealed the extent to which certain factions within the U.S. government were willing to manipulate events and deceive the public to further their geopolitical objectives. Impact on conspiracy theories. The existence of Operation Northwoods has fueled conspiracy theories regarding other potential false flag operations and government involvement in covert actions. It underscores the need for critical thinking and scrutiny of official narratives, while also emphasizing the importance of evidence-based analysis and responsible interpretation of historical events. Operation Northwoods stands as a chilling testament to the extent to which some within the U.S. government were willing to manipulate events and deceive the public for geopolitical gain. Its declassification and public awareness serve as a powerful reminder of the importance of upholding principles of transparency, accountability, and respect for democratic values. The Manhattan Project. The U.S. government's secret development of atomic weapons during World War II. The Manhattan Project was a highly secretive research and development endeavor undertaken by the United States during World War II to develop atomic weapons. While the project was shrouded in secrecy, it was not a clandestine plot or conspiracy, but rather a government-led effort to harness nuclear energy for military purposes. Background and motivation. The Manhattan Project originated from scientific and geopolitical concerns during World War II. Fearing that Nazi Germany might develop atomic weapons first, the U.S. government initiated a project to develop atomic bombs to maintain military superiority. Scientific collaboration. The project brought together leading scientists, engineers, and researchers from various disciplines, including physics, chemistry, and engineering. Prominent figures like JAG, Robert Oppenheimer, Enrico Fermi, and Albert Einstein contributed to the project. Secrecy and security. Due to the sensitive nature of the research, the Manhattan Project was conducted under strict secrecy. The project's code name, Manhattan, was chosen to maintain secrecy by ASOC. I ting it with the Manhattan Engineer District, a cover organization established to oversee the project. Multiple sites. The Manhattan Project involved several key sites across the United States. The most prominent locations were Los Alamos, New Mexico, where the bomb design and assembly took place, Oak Ridge, Tennessee for uranium enrichment, and Hanford, Washington for plutonium production. Scientific challenges. The development of atomic weapons posed numerous scientific challenges. The project focused on two main approaches: uranium-235 enrichment through the electromagnetic method and plutonium-239 production using reactors and chemical separation. Industrial collaboration. The Manhattan Project required substantial industrial infrastructure to support research and production. Major companies, such as DuPont and General Electric, were contracted to provide expertise, materials, and facilities. The Trinity Test. The successful test of the first atomic bomb, codenamed Trinity, took place on July 16, 1945, in New Mexico. It marked a significant milestone in the Manhattan Project, demonstrating the viability of atomic weapons. Bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The atomic bombs developed under the Manhattan Project were deployed in combat during World War II. On August 6 and 9, 1945, the U.S. dropped atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, resulting in unprecedented devastation and the immediate surrender of Japan. Aftermath and ethical considerations. The use of atomic bombs raised profound ethical and moral questions about the nature and consequences of nuclear warfare. The development and use of atomic weapons ushered in the nuclear age and prompted global discussions about disarmament and non-proliferation. Legacy and scientific advances. The Manhattan Project represents a landmark in scientific and technological achievement. It paved the way for subsequent advancements in nuclear energy, peaceful uses of atomic technology, and ongoing debates about the role of nuclear weapons in international relations. While the Manhattan Project was conducted in secrecy and many of its details were classified until after World War II, it was not a conspiracy in the traditional sense. It was a government-led scientific and engineering endeavor with the aim of developing atomic weapons to end the war and maintain national security. The Watergate scandal, a covert operation to spy on the Democratic National Committee, leading to President Richard Nixon's resignation. The Watergate conspiracy, also known as the Watergate scandal, was a political scandal that unfolded in the early 1970s in the United States. It involved illegal activities carried out by the Nixon administration and led to the eventual resignation of President Richard Nixon. The break-in. The scandal began on June 17, 1972, when 5 men were arrested for breaking into the Democratic National Committee, DNC, headquarters at the Watergate complex in Washington, D.C. The burglars were connected to President Nixon's re-election campaign. Woodward and Bernstein. 2 journalists, Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein of the Washington Post, played a crucial role in uncovering the conspiracy. Through their investigative reporting and anonymous sources, they connected the break into the Nixon administration. White House involvement. As investigations progressed, it became evident that the Watergate break-in was not an isolated incident, but part of a larger scheme orchestrated by individuals within the Nixon administration. The goal was to gather intelligence, wiretap phones, and gather information to help Nixon secure re-election. The Plumbers. The Plumbers were a covert group formed by the Nixon administration, including former CIA operatives and White House staff. They were tasked with stopping leaks of classified information and engaging in illegal activities such as the break-in at the Watergate complex. Cover-up. The Watergate conspiracy involved a wide-scale cover-up orchestrated by members of the Nixon administration. This cover-up included attempts to obstruct the investigation, destroy evidence, and offer hush money to the burglars to maintain their silence. Presidential tapes. One critical piece of evidence in unraveling the conspiracy were the secret recordings made by President Nixon in the Oval Office. These tapes captured conversations discussing the cover-up, implicating high-ranking officials within the administration. Senate hearings. The Senate formed a special committee, known as the Senate Watergate Committee, to investigate the scandal. The committee held televised hearings where witnesses provided evidence and testimony, gradually revealing the extent of the conspiracy. Smoking gun tape. A significant turning point in the investigation was the release of a tape recording known as the smoking gun tape. This tape revealed that Nixon had knowledge of the cover-up and had participated in efforts to obstruct justice, ultimately leading to his downfall. Resignation of President Nixon. Faced with imminent impeachment by the House of Representatives, President Nixon announced his resignation on August 8, 1974. It marked the first and only resignation of a U.S. president in history. Legal ramifications. The Watergate scandal led to numerous legal consequences. Several high-ranking officials, including Nixon's Chief of Staff H.R. Haldeman and Attorney General John Mitchell, were convicted and sentenced to prison for their involvement in the conspiracy. Legacy and reforms. The Watergate scandal had a profound impact on American politics and governance. It led to widespread public distrust in the government and media, highlighting the importance of transparency, accountability, and the rule of law. Reforms were implemented to strengthen campaign finance regulations and enhance government transparency. The Watergate conspiracy serves as a stark reminder of the importance of checks and balances, the role of investigative journalism, and the resilience of democratic institutions in uncovering and holding accountable those who abuse power. It remains one of the most significant political scandals in U.S. history, with lasting implications for American politics and public trust. Operation Gladio, a covert NATO operation involving the establishment of stay-behind armies in Europe during the Cold War. Operation Gladio was a covert intelligence operation conducted by NATO, North Atlantic Treaty Organization, and several European countries during the Cold War. The operation aimed to create stay-behind armies and networks to counter potential Soviet invasion and establish resistance networks in the event of a communist takeover. However, Operation Gladio evolved into a complex and controversial endeavor with far-reaching implications. Historical context. Operation Gladio emerged in the aftermath of World War II and during the escalating tensions of the Cold War. NATO and its member states were concerned about potential Soviet aggression and the possibility of communist subversion in Europe. Establishment and organization. Operation Gladio was established in the early 1950s. It involved collaboration between various intelligence agencies, primarily those of NATO member countries such as the United States, Italy, Germany, France, and the United Kingdom. Each country maintained its own Gladio network. Stay-behind networks. The core concept of Operation Gladio was to establish secret stay-behind networks composed of covert operatives and civilian volunteers who would remain hidden in case of a Soviet invasion or occupation. These networks were intended to engage in sabotage, guerrilla warfare, and intelligence gathering behind enemy lines. Covert operations. Operation Gladio involved conducting clandestine operations, including sabotage, intelligence gathering, and psychological warfare. These operations aimed to disrupt potential communist activities, gather intelligence on enemy movements, and maintain resistance infrastructure. Arms caches. Operation Gladio's networks maintained secret arms caches throughout Europe. storing weapons, ammunition, and other supplies needed to sustain resistance efforts in case of an invasion or insurgency. Political manipulation. Over time, Operation Gladio extended beyond its original defensive purpose. It became a tool for exerting influence and manipulating domestic politics in some countries. Covert operatives were involved in infiltrating political organizations, supporting or undermining political parties, and influencing public opinion. Strategy of tension. One of the most controversial aspects of Operation Gladio was the alleged involvement in a strategy of tension. This strategy involved carrying out false, flagged terrorist attacks or supporting extremist groups to create a sense of fear and instability within society. The intention was to shift public opinion toward more conservative and authoritarian policies. Gladio's role in Cold War conflicts. Operation Gladio was active during several key Cold War conflicts. For example, it played a role in countering communist movements in Italy, Greece, and Turkey, where domestic instability and political violence were prevalent. Public revelations. The existence of Operation Gladio was first publicly revealed in the 1990s, primarily through investigative journalism and government inquiries. These revelations sparked public outrage and led to parliamentary investigations in several European countries. Criticisms and controversies. Operation Gladio has faced extensive criticism for its lack of democratic oversight, the potential violation of national sovereignty, and its involvement in illegal activities. The strategy of tension, in particular, has raised ethical and moral concerns regarding the manipulation of public sentiment and the erosion of civil liberties. Lack of transparency and documentation. Operation Gladio's covert nature resulted in limited documentation and destroyed or concealed records. This has made it challenging to ascertain the full extent of its activities and the precise level of involvement of different intelligence agencies and governments. Impact on European security. Operation Gladio's exposure had a significant impact on European security policies. It raised questions about the accountability and oversight of intelligence operations, resulting in efforts to increase transparency and democratic control over intelligence agencies. Reforms and dissolution. In the aftermath of the revelations, some countries, such as Italy and Belgium, dissolved their Gladio networks and enacted measures to ensure greater accountability and oversight of intelligence operations. Understanding Operation Gladio is crucial for comprehending the complexities and controversies surrounding intelligence operations during the Cold War and their long-lasting effects on European and global security dynamics. It serves as a reminder of the potential dangers of clandestine activities and the importance of democratic oversight in ensuring the integrity and accountability of intelligence operations. The Iran-Contra affair. The Reagan administration's secret arms deal with Iran and illegal funding of the Contras in Nicaragua. The Iran-Contra affair was a political scandal that unfolded in the mid-1980s, involving clandestine and illegal activities undertaken by officials in the United States government. The affair centered around the secret arms sales to Iran and the diversion of funds to support Contra rebels in Nicaragua. Background and motivations. The affair took place during the Reagan administration, a time of intense Cold War tensions and regional conflicts. The U.S. government sought to counter perceived threats from Iran and support anti-communist forces, such as the Contras, who were fighting the socialist Sandinista government in Nicaragua. Arms sales to Iran. The first aspect of the affair involved the covert sale of arms to Iran, despite an arms embargo imposed by the U.S. government. The primary motivation was to secure the release of American hostages held by Iranian-backed groups in Lebanon and improve relations with Iran, which was engaged in a war with Iraq. Diversion of funds to the Contras. The second aspect of the affair involved the diversion of funds generated from the arms sales to Iran to support the Contras in Nicaragua. This violated the Boland Amendment, which prohibited the U.S. government from providing military assistance to the Contras. The role of Colonel Oliver North, Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North, a member of the National Security Council staff, played a key role in the Iran-Contra affair. He coordinated the secret operations, including the arms sales and the diversion of funds, under the guise of national security objectives. Israeli intermediaries were involved in facilitating the arms sales to Iran, as Israel had its own interests in Iran and the region. Israeli contacts acted as middlemen, allowing the U.S. government to circumvent the arms embargo. Secrecy and deception. The Iran-Contra operations were carried out with great secrecy and deception. Key officials within the Reagan administration, including Secretary of State George Shultz and Secretary of Defense Caspar Weinberger, were kept in the dark about the covert activities. Congressional oversight and investigation. The Iran-Contra affair came to light through investigative journalism and congressional inquiries. In 1986, the Lebanese magazine Al-Shara published an expose revealing the arms sales to Iran. Subsequent investigations by Congress uncovered the diversion of funds to the Contras. Testimony and hearings. Congressional hearings, including those led by the Joint House-Senate Select Committee, were held to investigate the affair. High-profile witnesses, including Oliver North, John Poindexter, National Security Advisor, and others testified before Congress. Legal ramifications. Several individuals involved in the affair faced legal consequences. Oliver North and John Poindexter were convicted on charges related to their involvement, but their convictions were later overturned on appeal. Reagan's role and public perception. President Reagan's role in the affair remains a subject of debate. Some argue that he was unaware of the covert activities, while others claim he had knowledge but plausible deniability. The affair tarnished Reagan's administration and raised questions about his administration's adherence to the rule of law. Boland Amendment and legislative reforms. The Iran-Contra affair prompted legislative reforms, including strengthening the Boland Amendment to prevent future covert operations without congressional approval. It also led to enhanced oversight of intelligence agencies and stricter accountability measures. International implications. The Iran-Contra affair had international implications and strained relations between the United States and several countries, including Iran and Nicaragua. The affair exposed the complexities of U.S. foreign policy and highlighted the dangers of covert operations. Independent counsel investigation. Independent counsel Lawrence Walsh was appointed to investigate the Iran-Contra affair. The investigation lasted for several years and resulted in multiple indictments and convictions of individuals involved in the affair. Public outrage and political fallout. The Iran-Contra affair sparked widespread public outrage and damaged the public's trust in government officials. It was seen as a violation of democratic principles and the rule of law, leading to a decline in public support for the Reagan administration. Constitutional questions. The affair raised constitutional questions about the separation of powers and the role of the executive branch in conducting covert operations without congressional approval. It prompted discussions about the need for clearer guidelines and oversight mechanisms for national security decision-making. Impact on U.S. foreign policy. The Iran-Contra affair had a significant impact on U.S. foreign policy, particularly in Latin America. The revelations of covert operations and support for the Contras raised concerns about the U.S. involvement in destabilizing foreign governments and violating international law. Congressional reforms. In response to the Iran-Contra affair, Congress passed the Intelligence Authorization Act, which mandated greater oversight of covert operations and required regular reporting to Congress. These reforms aim to prevent similar abuses of power in the future. Lessons learned. The Iran-Contra affair highlighted the dangers of secrecy, unchecked power, and the erosion of democratic principles in the pursuit of national security objectives. It served as a reminder of the importance of transparency, accountability, and respect for the rule of law in government operations. Impact on journalism. The investigative reporting by journalists played a crucial role in exposing the Iran-Contra affair. Woodward and Bernstein, known for their work on the Watergate scandal, along with other reporters, showcased the vital role of journalism in uncovering government misconduct and holding officials accountable. International perceptions. The Iran-Contra affair had implications for international perceptions of the United States. It raised questions about the country's commitment to democratic values, adherence to international law, and respect for sovereignty in its foreign policy decisions. Historical legacy. The Iran-Contra affair remains a significant chapter in U.S. history, representing a period of moral and ethical reckoning. It serves as a cautionary tale about the dangers of overzealous pursuit of policy objectives and the necessity of strong checks and balances to prevent abuses of power. Influence on government transparency. The Iran-Contra affair contributed to increased demands for government transparency and accountability. It underscored the importance of robust oversight mechanisms, such as congressional inquiries and independent investigations, to prevent abuses of power and maintain public trust. Public perception of government. The Iran-Contra affair further eroded public trust in government institutions, leading to a heightened skepticism toward official narratives and actions. It highlighted the potential consequences of government secrecy and deception on democratic processes. Controversies and unanswered questions. Despite extensive investigations, some aspects of the Iran-Contra affair remain shrouded in mystery or subject to ongoing speculation. Certain details, including the full extent of President Reagan's knowledge and involvement, continue to be debated among historians and analysts. Legacy for national security decision-making. The Iran-Contra affair served as a catalyst for discussions on the appropriate balance between national security imperatives and adherence to legal and ethical standards. It prompted reflection on the need for clear guidelines and oversight to prevent similar abuses of power in the future. The Iran-Contra affair stands as a reminder of the potential consequences of unchecked executive power, the importance of transparency and accountability in government operations, and the enduring impact of political scandals on public trust in democratic institutions. Operation Chaos. AEA-CIA program aimed at monitoring and infiltrating anti-war and civil rights movements during the 1960s. Operation Chaos was a covert intelligence program conducted by the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA. In the United States from the late 1960s to the early 1970s, the operation aimed to monitor and infiltrate anti-war and civil rights groups, primarily those perceived as subversive or linked to communist influences. Historical context. Operation Chaos emerged during a period of social and political turbulence in the United States. The Vietnam War and civil rights movement fueled significant activism and dissent, leading the U.S. government to be concerned about potential domestic threats. Origins and objectives. Operation Chaos was established by the EACIA in response to President Lyndon B. Johnson's directive to gather intelligence on domestic unrest and anti-war activities. Its primary objective was to infiltrate and monitor groups opposing U.S. involvement in the Vietnam War and those associated with the broader New Left movement. Surveillance and infiltration. Under Operation Chaos, the CIA engaged in extensive surveillance and infiltration of anti-war and civil rights groups. This included monitoring their activities, infiltrating their ranks with undercover agents, and collecting information on their members and activities. Collection of data and files. Operation Chaos involved the collection and maintenance of vast amounts of data and files on individuals and organizations deemed potential threats. This included gathering information on activists, their ACs, and their perceived political ideologies. Collaboration with other agencies. Operation Chaos extended beyond the CIA, involving collaboration with various law enforcement agencies, such as the Federal Bureau of Investigation, local police departments, and military intelligence units. This collaboration aimed to enhance the collection and analysis of intelligence. Involvement in domestic and international operations. Operation Chaos was not limited to domestic surveillance. The program also sought to gather information on international connections and support networks for anti-war and civil rights groups, particularly those suspected of having communist ties. Legal and ethical concerns. Operation Chaos operated in a legal gray area and raised significant ethical concerns. The program skirted the boundaries of domestic surveillance, potentially violating individuals' civil liberties and constitutional protections, such as the right to privacy and freedom of speech. Political manipulation. Operation Chaos involved not only intelligence gathering, but also efforts to manipulate political narratives. The program aimed to influence public opinion, undermine the credibility of anti-war and civil rights movements, and shape the public's perception of these groups. Scale and reach. Operation Chaos had a wide scope, monitoring and infiltrating various organizations and individuals across the country. It targeted anti-war groups, student organizations, civil rights activists, and even mainstream political groups critical of U.S. Foreign policy. Impact on activist movements. The existence of Operation Chaos, once revealed, fueled distrust and paranoia among activists. The fear of government surveillance and infiltration hindered the ability of these groups to organize and express dissent freely, impacting the overall trajectory of the anti-war and civil rights movements. Revelations and investigations. Operation Chaos became public knowledge in the early 1970s through a series of exposes and investigative reports. The program's existence was revealed during congressional inquiries into intelligence agency activities, prompting further investigations and public scrutiny. Dissolution and aftermath. As public outrage grew, Operation Chaos was officially terminated in 1973. The revelations surrounding the program, coupled with public criticism, led to reforms and increased oversight of intelligence activities, including the creation of the Senate's Church Committee to investigate intelligence agency abuses. Legal repercussions continued. Some individuals targeted by Operation Chaos filed lawsuits against the CIA and other agencies involved, alleging violations of their constitutional rights. These legal challenges raised questions about the balance between national security concerns and the protection of civil liberties. Congressional investigations. The revelations of Operation Chaos prompted congressional investigations into intelligence agency activities and practices. The Church Committee and subsequent inquiries examined the legality and ethical implications of domestic surveillance, leading to calls for increased oversight and accountability. Public backlash and criticism. Operation Chaos generated significant public backlash and criticism. Many viewed the program as a violation of democratic principles and an abuse of government power. It further eroded public trust in intelligence agencies and fueled skepticism about the government's respect for civil liberties. Impact on intelligence reforms. The exposure of Operation Chaos contributed to reforms aimed at enhancing oversight and accountability in intelligence activities. It led to the creation of guidelines and restrictions on domestic surveillance, emphasizing the need for clear legal frameworks and checks and balances. Freedom of Information Act requests. Following the termination of Operation Chaos, activists and researchers utilized the Freedom of Information Act to obtain declassified documents and information related to the program. These documents provided insights into the extent of surveillance and infiltration carried out under Operation Chaos. Lessons learned. Operation Chaos stands as a cautionary tale about the potential abuses that can occur when intelligence agencies operate with minimal oversight and accountability. It highlights the importance of striking a balance between national security concerns and the protection of civil liberties. Impact on public perception of government. The revelations of Operation Chaos contributed to a growing public skepticism and distrust of government institutions. It further deepened concerns about government surveillance and the potential erosion of privacy rights. Legacy for civil liberties. Operation Chaos has had a lasting impact on debates surrounding civil liberties and the limits of government surveillance. It serves as a reminder of the ongoing tension between national security interests and the protection of individual rights. Academic and scholarly examination. Operation Chaos has been extensively studied by scholars and academics, providing insights into the historical context, methodologies, and consequences of domestic intelligence operations. These studies have contributed to a deeper understanding of the complexities and implications of such programs. Influence on future intelligence practices. The exposure of Operation Chaos has influenced subsequent intelligence practices. It has reinforced the need for oversight, transparency, and adherence to legal frameworks in intelligence operations, shaping reforms to prevent abuses in the future. International relevance. The revelations of Operation Chaos sparked international discussions about the role and accountability of intelligence agencies in democratic societies. It raised awareness about the potential dangers of unchecked domestic surveillance and infiltrations, influencing debates and reforms in other countries as well. Media and journalism impact. The investigative reporting that exposed Operation Chaos showcased the crucial role of journalism in holding government institutions accountable. It emphasized the need for a vigilant press to uncover abuses of power and protect civil liberties. Continued relevance. Operation Chaos remains relevant in contemporary discussions on intelligence practices, privacy rights, and government transparency. It serves as a historical reference point and a reminder of the ongoing challenges in balancing national security and civil liberties in democratic societies. The BCCI scandal. The involvement of the Bank of Credit and Commerce International, BCE, EI, in money laundering, terrorism, financing, and global corruption. The BCCI, Bank of Credit and Commerce International, scandal was a major financial scandal that unfolded in the 1990s, involving one of the world's largest banks at the time. The scandal revealed a vast network of money laundering, fraud, and illicit activities conducted by BCUCI, leading to its collapse. Establishment and operations. BCCI was founded in 1972 by Pakistani banker Aga Hassan Abidi. It rapidly grew into a global financial institution with branches and operations in over 70 countries. ECI positioned itself as a bank catering to international clients, including wealthy individuals, businesses, and even governments. Dubious operations and money laundering. BCUI engaged in a range of illicit activities, including money laundering, tax evasion, and fraud. The bank's complex web of shell companies, offshore accounts, and lax regulatory oversight allowed it to facilitate illegal transactions and obscure the origins and destinations of funds. Connections to criminal activities. BCECI became known as the Bank of Crooks and Criminals due to its close connections to organized crime, drug trafficking networks, and terrorist organizations. The bank's lack of scrutiny and willingness to handle large sums of illicit money made it attractive to criminals seeking to legitimize their funds. False accounting and fraudulent practices. BCEE employed fraudulent accounting practices to deceive regulators and investors. The bank created fictitious assets, manipulated financial statements, and engaged in insider lending, allowing insiders and their ASOC, i.e., T's, to siphon off funds from the bank. Regulatory failures and collusion. The BCCI scandal exposed significant regulatory failures and collusion among global financial regulators. Regulatory bodies in various countries, including the United States and the United Kingdom, were slow to detect and act upon BCE, allowing the bank to operate unchecked for years. Connections to political figures. BCCI had close ties to influential political figures, including heads of state, intelligence agencies, and prominent businessmen. These connections allowed the bank to gain political protection, evade scrutiny, and exploit its international reach for personal gain. Money laundering for dictators and authoritarian regimes. BCCI played a significant role in laundering money for dictators and authoritarian regimes. It provided a channel for these rulers to move and hide their wealth, often obtained through corruption and human rights abuses. Regulatory investigations and closure. In 1991, the Bank of England initiated an investigation into BCCI's operations, leading to the exposure of its illicit activities. Subsequently, regulators in multiple countries moved to shut down the bank, leading to its closure in 1991. Legal ramifications and convictions. The BCCI scandal resulted in numerous legal actions and convictions. Executives and employees of the bank, including Aga Hassan Abedi, were prosecuted and found guilty of various charges, such as money laundering, fraud, and conspiracy. Impacts on financial regulation. The BCCI scandal prompted significant reforms in financial regulation and oversight. Regulators recognized the need for improved international cooperation, stricter due diligence, and transparency in the banking sector to prevent similar fraudulent activities in the future. Losses and financial fallout. The collapse of BCI resulted in significant financial losses for depositors, investors, and creditors. It also led to a loss of confidence in the global banking system and highlighted the vulnerabilities of international financial institutions to illicit activities. Lessons learned. The BCCI scandal exposed the risks associated with inadequate regulatory oversight, weak internal controls, and the dangers of a culture of corruption within financial institutions. It underscored the importance of robust regulatory frameworks and the need for vigilance in preventing money laundering and fraudulent activities. Global repercussions continued. The BCCI scandal had far-reaching global repercussions. It exposed weaknesses in international financial regulation and the need for enhanced cooperation among regulatory bodies across borders. It prompted increased scrutiny of offshore banking and the adoption of more stringent anti-money laundering measures. Impact on offshore banking. The BCCI scandal raised concerns about the role of offshore banking in facilitating illicit activities. It led to greater scrutiny of offshore financial centers and increased calls for transparency and regulation in these jurisdictions. Implications for developing countries. The BCCI scandal had significant implications for developing countries. It highlighted the challenges faced by these countries in combating money laundering and recovering funds misappropriated by corrupt leaders. It also underscored the need for international cooperation in repatriating stolen assets. Role of whistleblowers. Whistleblowers played a crucial role in exposing the BCCI scandal. Notably, former BCCI employee and whistleblower R. Alan Stanford provided valuable information to authorities, shedding light on the bank's illegal activities. This emphasized the importance of protecting and encouraging whistleblowers in uncovering financial misconduct. Reforms in banking and financial systems. The BCCI scandal prompted reforms in banking and financial systems worldwide. It led to the strengthening of regulatory frameworks, the implementation of anti-money laundering measures, and the establishment of supervisory bodies to monitor financial institutions more effectively. Loss of confidence in financial institutions. The BCCI scandal eroded public trust in financial institutions, highlighting the potential risks associated with banking secrecy, inadequate regulation, and weak internal controls. It underscored the need for greater transparency, accountability, and ethical conduct within the banking sector. Investigative journalism. Investigative journalism played a crucial role in uncovering the BCCI scandal. Reporters, including journalists from The Guardian and The New York Times, dedicated significant resources to expose the bank's illegal activities. Their efforts demonstrated the importance of a free press in holding institutions accountable. Impact on public perception. The BCCI scandal contributed to a general sense of disillusionment and skepticism toward the global financial system. It further deepened public mistrust in financial institutions and highlighted the need for strong safeguards to protect against financial fraud and corruption. Lessons for due diligence and compliance. The BCCI scandal highlighted the importance of robust due diligence procedures and compliance measures in the banking industry. It underscored the need for financial institutions to have effective systems in place to detect and prevent money laundering and other illicit activities. Political implications. The BCCI scandal had political implications as it exposed the links between corrupt practices, international finance, and political figures. It fueled public demand for greater transparency in political financing and heightened scrutiny of the relationship between money and politics. Impact on developing stronger global financial regulations. The BCCI scandal contributed to ongoing discussions on the need for stronger global financial regulations. It prompted calls for international cooperation to combat money laundering, strengthen regulatory oversight, and establish mechanisms to detect and prevent financial crimes. Continual relevance. The BCCI scandal remains relevant today as a reminder of the ongoing challenges faced by the global financial system. It serves as a case study for understanding the consequences of weak regulation, illicit financial activities, and the need for constant vigilance and reform. Influence on anti-money laundering efforts. The BCCI scandal has had a lasting impact on anti-money laundering efforts. It prompted regulatory bodies and governments to strengthen laws, regulations, and international cooperation to combat money laundering and illicit financial activities, aiming to prevent future scandals of similar magnitude. Operation Paperclip. The recruitment of German scientists, including former Nazis, by the U.S. government after World War II. Operation Paperclip was a covert operation conducted by the United States after World War II to recruit and employ German scientists, engineers, and technicians, including former members of the Nazi regime, in American research institutions and industries. Motivation and objectives. Operation Paperclip was driven by the U.S. government's desire to gain a scientific and technological advantage over the Soviet Union during the early stages of the Cold War. The goal was to harness the expertise of German scientists to advance American research and development in various fields, including rocketry, aerospace, medicine, and intelligence. Recruitment and selection. The operation involved the identification, recruitment, and screening of German scientists who had expertise in areas deemed valuable to American interests. These scientists were primarily involved in fields such as rocketry, including the V-2 missile program, aerospace engineering, medicine, and biological warfare research. Ongoing collaboration with Nazi scientists. Operation Paperclip sought to collaborate with former members of the Nazi regime who had valuable knowledge and technical skills, despite their involvement in war crimes or crimes against humanity. The U.S. government justified this collaboration as a strategic necessity to prevent the Soviet Union from acquiring German scientific expertise. Role of intelligence agencies. U.S. intelligence agencies, including the Office of Strategic Services, OSS, and later the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, played a significant role in the recruitment and relocation of German scientists under Operation Paperclip. The involvement of intelligence agencies underscored the strategic importance of the operation. Project Paperclip and sub-operations. Operation Paperclip was comprised of several sub-operations, including Project Paperclip, which focused on recruiting German scientists and engineers. Other sub-operations, such as Operation Alsos and Operation Surgeon, aimed to secure German scientific and technological intelligence and dismantle Nazi research facilities. Relocation and integration. Selected German scientists were offered employment contracts and relocated to the United States. They were provided with new identities, including falsified biographies, to conceal their involvement in the Nazi regime. The scientists and their families were integrated into American society and given access to research facilities, laboratories, and resources. Contributions to U.S. scientific advancement. The German scientists brought to the United States under Operation Paperclip made significant contributions to American scientific and technological advancement. They played a crucial role in areas such as rocketry, aerospace engineering, medical research, and intelligence gathering. Controversies and ethical concerns. Operation Paperclip generated controversy and ethical concerns. Critics argued that the operation allowed former Nazis to escape accountability for their crimes and that it compromised the United States' commitment to justice and human rights. The collaboration with scientists who had participated in war crimes raised questions about the moral implications of the operation. Legacy of Operation Paperclip. Operation Paperclip had a lasting impact on American scientific, technological, and military capabilities. The expertise and knowledge brought by the German scientists contributed to advancements in rocketry and space exploration, laying the foundation for subsequent achievements such as the development of the Saturn V rocket and the Apollo moon landing. Cold War dynamics. Operation Paperclip exemplified the competitive nature of the Cold War, where both the United States and the Soviet Union sought to acquire and exploit German scientific expertise for their respective military and technological advancements. The operation reflected the U.S. government's willingness to overlook past atrocities in pursuit of strategic objectives. Declassification and public disclosure. Details of Operation Paperclip were classified for many years, and the operation only became public knowledge in the 1970s and 1980s through declassification efforts and investigative journalism. The revelation of the operation sparked public debate and prompted calls for transparency and accountability. Repercussions and reevaluation. The public disclosure of Operation Paperclip led to a reevaluation of its ethical implications and raised questions about the moral compromises made in the pursuit of scientific and technological advancements. The operation highlighted the complex trade-offs between justice, national security, and scientific progress. Impact on international scientific collaboration. The revelation of Operation Paperclip had implications for international scientific collaboration and cooperation. It strained relations with countries that were critical of the United States' recruitment of former Nazi scientists and affected the perception of the United States as a champion of scientific ethics. Investigation by the U.S. Congress. In the aftermath of the public disclosure, the U.S. Congress launched investigations into Operation Paperclip and its ethical implications. Congressional hearings and inquiries sought to uncover the full extent of the operation, shed light on the decision-making process, and evaluate the consequences of collaborating with former Nazis. Lessons learned and ethical guidelines. Operation Paperclip prompted discussions about the need for ethical guidelines and standards when engaging with scientists and experts associated with repressive regimes. It highlighted the importance of evaluating individual culpability and striking a balance between scientific advancement and ethical considerations. Influence on post-World War II science policy. Operation Paperclip influenced subsequent science policies and guidelines, particularly those related to scientific collaborations and the evaluation of scientists' backgrounds. The operation served as a cautionary example in shipping policies aimed at preventing similar compromises in the future. Impact on the perception of scientific objectivity. Operation Paperclip challenged the notion of scientific objectivity and raised questions about the influence of political and ethical considerations on scientific research and development. The operation emphasized the need for transparency and safeguards to ensure that scientific endeavors are conducted with integrity. Continued controversy and ongoing research. Operation Paperclip remains a subject of controversy and ongoing research. Scholars continue to examine its historical context, ethical implications, and the long-term consequences of integrating former Nazi scientists into American scientific and academic institutions. Importance of historical context. Understanding Operation Paperclip requires considering the historical context in which it took place. The urgency of the Cold War, the race for technological supremacy, and the prevailing geopolitical dynamics influenced the decision to recruit German scientists, albeit with significant ethical compromises. Impact on German scientific community. Operation Paperclip had implications for the German scientific community. The recruitment of top German scientists depleted Germany of significant scientific talent, hindering its post-war scientific progress and leaving a void in key fields of research and development. Continued secrecy and classified information. Despite declassification efforts, some information related to Operation Paperclip remains classified or heavily redacted. The limited availability of unredacted documents hinders a complete understanding of the operation and its full ramifications. Historical memory and education. Operation Paperclip serves as a reminder of the complexities of history, the ethical challenges faced by governments in times of conflict, and the importance of educating future generations about the choices and compromises made in pursuit of national interests. Impact on Holocaust survivors and victims. The recruitment of former Nazi scientists under Operation Paperclip was deeply troubling for Holocaust survivors and victims. The operation raised questions about justice, accountability, and the recognition of the suffering experienced during the Nazi era. Influence on post-conflict reconstruction. Operation Paperclip offers insights into the dilemmas faced during post-conflict reconstruction, particularly in dealing with individuals associated with oppressive regimes. The operation serves as a historical reference for weighing the trade-offs between justice, expertise, and stability in post-conflict environments. Reassessment of scientific legacies continued. Operation Paperclip prompts ongoing discussions on the legacies of scientists involved in morally ambiguous collaborations. It encourages a reevaluation of scientific contributions within the context of their personal histories and ethical implications, challenging the notion of separating science from the individuals who conduct it. Reflection on ethical considerations in science. Operation Paperclip serves as a reminder of the need for ethical considerations in scientific research and collaboration. It underscores the importance of establishing guidelines and safeguards to prevent compromising moral principles and to ensure that scientific progress aligns with broader societal values. Impact on public trust in science. The revelation of Operation Paperclip and similar collaborations have the potential to erode public trust in science and scientific institutions. It highlights the responsibility of the scientific community to maintain transparency, integrity, and accountability in order to preserve public confidence in their work. Importance of historical documentation. Operation Paperclip underscores the importance of comprehensive historical documentation and the preservation of records related to government operations. Access to accurate information enables a more nuanced understanding of historical events and their implications, facilitating informed discussions and analysis. Relevance to contemporary ethical debates. Operation Paperclip continues to be relevant in contemporary ethical debates surrounding scientific collaboration, especially in cases where collaboration involves individuals with controversial backgrounds. It prompts discussions on the moral responsibility of scientists and the boundaries of scientific engagement. Lessons for future decision-making. Operation Paperclip provides valuable lessons for future decision-making processes in science, technology, and policy. It highlights the need for transparent and inclusive decision-making, mechanisms that weigh the potential benefits of scientific expertise against ethical considerations and societal values. Acknowledging past mistakes. The exposure of Operation Paperclip encourages acknowledgement of past mistakes and the ethical lapses that occurred. It serves as a reminder to learn from history and to critically examine past actions to ensure that similar compromises are not repeated in the future. Balancing scientific progress and ethics. Operation Paperclip presents a challenging ethical dilemma, highlighting the need to balance scientific progress with ethical considerations. It prompts reflection on the responsibilities of scientists, policymakers, and society to navigate these complexities and make informed decisions that align with ethical principles. International implications. Operation Paperclip has international implications as it raises questions about the responsibility of nations in collaborating with individuals associated with repressive regimes. It serves as a case study for considering the potential consequences and moral implications of such collaborations on a global scale. Impact on academic freedom and intellectual integrity. Operation Paperclip raises questions about the limits of academic freedom and intellectual integrity when collaborating with individuals tied to morally objectionable actions. It encourages discussions on how to reconcile scientific advancements with ethical principles and the pursuit of truth. Redress and recognition for victims. The exposure of Operation Paperclip highlights the importance of redress and recognition for victims of Nazi atrocities and other crimes against humanity. It underscores the need to ensure that justice is pursued and that the suffering of victims is acknowledged and remembered. Influence on international law and human rights. Operation Paperclip informs discussions on international law and human rights, particularly regarding accountability for individuals involved in war crimes and crimes against humanity. It emphasizes the importance of legal frameworks that ensure justice even in the pursuit of strategic interests. Memory and commemoration. Operation Paperclip encourages the remembrance and commemoration of historical events and their ethical implications. It highlights the responsibility to preserve collective memory and to ensure that the lessons learned from such events are not forgotten. Influence on science and technology policy. The exposure of Operation Paperclip has influenced science and technology policy, shaping discussions on the ethics of scientific collaboration and the responsibility of governments and institutions in vetting individuals associated with morally objectionable actions. Continued research and scholarship. Operation Paperclip remains a subject of ongoing research and scholarship. Historians, ethicists, and social scientists continue to delve into the complexities of the operation, examining its historical context, ethical dilemmas, and long-term implications. Their work contributes to a deeper understanding of the operation and its relevance to contemporary issues. Responsibility of governments and institutions. Operation Paperclip prompts discussions on the responsibility of governments and institutions in conducting thorough background checks and ethical evaluations when engaging with scientists and experts from questionable backgrounds. It emphasizes the need for robust vetting processes and the importance of upholding ethical standards. Impact on science communication and public perception. Operation Paperclip raises questions about the impact of scientific collaborations with controversial individuals on science communication and public perception. It underscores the importance of transparent and ethical practices to maintain public trust in science and to ensure the responsible dissemination of scientific knowledge. Ethical considerations in research funding. The exposure of Operation Paperclip highlights the need for ethical considerations in research funding decisions. It calls for careful evaluation of the sources of funding and the backgrounds of individuals involved to ensure alignment with ethical principles and societal values. Influence on scientific integrity. Operation Paperclip serves as a reminder of the significance of scientific integrity. It encourages scientists to reflect on their ethical obligations, the potential consequences of their work, and the need to prioritize ethical principles in their research and collaborations. Human rights and scientific collaboration. Operation Paperclip raises complex human rights considerations in scientific collaboration. It prompts discussions on the responsibility of scientists and institutions to uphold human rights values and avoid complicity in human rights abuses, war crimes, or crimes against humanity. Implications for education and ethics training. The exposure of Operation Paperclip highlights the importance of incorporating ethics training into scientific education. It underscores the need to equip scientists and researchers with the knowledge and tools to navigate ethical dilemmas and make informed decisions aligned with ethical principles. Reconciliation and historical truth. Operation Paperclip prompts discussions on reconciliation and the pursuit of historical truth. It encourages societies to confront past injustices, acknowledge the consequences of compromised decisions, and work towards reconciliation, accountability, and learning from historical mistakes. Lessons for science diplomacy. Operation Paperclip offers lessons for science diplomacy, particularly in engaging with scientists from countries with questionable human rights records. It emphasizes the need to balance scientific collaboration with human rights considerations and to prioritize the ethical dimensions of science in diplomatic efforts. Public engagement and dialogue. Operation Paperclip highlights the importance of public engagement and dialogue on scientific ethics. It encourages discussions that involve diverse perspectives, fostering a broader understanding of the ethical implications of scientific collaborations and their impact on society. Responsibility of scientific institutions. The exposure of Operation Paperclip raises questions about the responsibility of scientific institutions in conducting due diligence, ethical evaluations, and transparency in their collaborations. It emphasizes the need for institutions to develop and uphold ethical guidelines that align with societal values. Continued moral reflection. Operation Paperclip serves as a catalyst for continued moral reflection on the intersection of scientific progress, historical accountability, and ethical responsibilities. It challenges individuals, institutions, and societies to critically examine their own roles in the advancement of science and to learn from the ethical dilemmas of the past. The Downing Street Memo. A leaked document suggesting that intelligence was being fixed to justify the Iraq War. The Downing Street Memo, also known as the minutes of a meeting held in the Cabinet Room, is a document that emerged in 2005, containing the minutes of a high-level meeting held on July 23, 2002, at 10 Downing Street, the official residence of the British Prime Minister. The memo became significant in the context of the Iraq War and raised questions about the motives and decision-making processes leading up to the conflict. Context and participants. The meeting, which took place in the Cabinet Room at 10 Downing Street, involved senior British government officials, including Prime Minister Tony Blair, Foreign Secretary Jack Straw, and other key policymakers. It occurred several months before the invasion of Iraq by a U.S.-led coalition. Date and content. The Downing Street Memo contains minutes of the meeting held on July 23, 2002. The memo records discussions on the topic of Iraq, including intelligence assessments, U.S. policy, and potential military action. Key assertions. The memo made several notable assertions that raised significant questions and concerns. It suggested that the U.S. administration, particularly President George W. Bush, had already made a decision to invade Iraq, and that intelligence and facts were being fixed around this predetermined policy. Weapons of mass destruction, WMD. Justification. The memo implied that the case for going to war specifically in relation to Iraq's possession of weapons of mass destruction, was being manipulated to fit the desired outcome of military action. Intelligence and public perception. The memo discussed the need to create a public perception of a threat posed by Iraq's WMD capabilities, even if the intelligence did not fully support such claims. This raised concerns about the justification used to build public and international support for the invasion. Implications for diplomatic efforts. The memo suggested that diplomatic efforts to find a peaceful solution were seen as secondary to the decision to go to war. It raised questions about the sincerity of efforts to exhaust all diplomatic options before resorting to military action. The fixed intelligence assertion. The phrase fixed in the memo refers to the shaping or manipulation of intelligence to support a preconceived policy objective. This led to speculation and criticism that intelligence reports were being selectively used or distorted to justify the invasion. Impact on public perception. The Downing Street memo had a significant impact on public perception and the broader public debate surrounding the Iraq War. It intensified skepticism and opposition to the war, particularly among those who believed that the decision to invade Iraq had been predetermined and that intelligence was manipulated. Confirmation of existing doubts. For many who were critical of the Iraq War, the Downing Street memo confirmed their pre-existing doubts and suspicions about the true motivations behind the invasion. It provided evidence to support claims of manipulated intelligence and a predetermined agenda. Calls for further investigations. The emergence of the memo led to calls for further investigations into the decision-making process leading up to the Iraq War. Activists, politics, INNs, and members of the public demanded transparency and accountability from government officials involved in the decision. Challenges to official narratives. The Downing Street memo challenged the official narratives put forth by governments involved in the Iraq War, particularly in the United States and the United Kingdom. It raised questions about the honesty and transparency of government officials regarding the justifications for military intervention. Reactions and denials. In response to the memo, government officials, including Prime Minister Tony Blair, denied allegations of fixed intelligence and manipulation. They maintained that the decision to go to war was based on the best available information and intelligence at the time. Subsequent leaks and revelations. The Downing Street memo paved the way for subsequent leaks and revelations regarding the decision-making process leading up to the Iraq War. It fueled further investigations and disclosures, including the release of additional memos and documents, shedding light on the internal discussions and doubts within government circles. Impact on public trust and credibility. The Downing Street memo undermined public trust in government officials and raised questions about their credibility in providing accurate justifications for military interventions. It reinforced skepticism about the accuracy of intelligence reports and the transparency of decision-making processes. Congressional and parliamentary inquiries. The memo prompted inquiries and investigations by both the U.S. Congress and the British Parliament. These inquiries sought to examine the validity of the intelligence used to support the case for war and the degree of transparency and honesty in the decision-making process. Legacy for whistleblowers and journalistic integrity. The Downing Street memo highlighted the significance of whistleblowers and investigative journalism in uncovering information that challenges official narratives. It emphasized the importance of independent journalism in holding governments accountable and ensuring transparency in decision-making processes. International implications and trust in allies. The revelations of the Downing Street memo had international implications, raising questions about the trustworthiness of intelligence assessments and the motivations of allied countries involved in the Iraq War. It strained trust and credibility between nations, particularly in the context of future military interventions. Political fallout and resignations. The memo contributed to political fallout and public discontent. leading to resignations of government officials involved in the decision-making process. It fueled public outrage and calls for accountability, putting pressure on IANs to justify their actions and decisions. Lessons for government accountability. The Downing Street memo serves as a reminder of the importance of government accountability and transparency in matters of national security and foreign policy. It highlights the need for robust checks and balances to prevent the manipulation of intelligence and decision-making for political purposes. Impact on future public opinion. The Downing Street memo had a lasting impact on public opinion and trust in government institutions. It heightened public skepticism and vigilance in questioning official narratives, underscoring the need for transparency and evidence-based decision-making. Historical documentation and archival importance. The Downing Street memo is an important historical document capturing a critical moment in the lead-up to the Iraq War. Its preservation and accessibility contribute to historical understanding and serve as a reminder of the complexities and potential pitfalls of decision-making in times of conflict. Influence on public debate and anti-war movements. The Downing Street memo played a significant role in shaping public debate and anti-war movements. It provided tangible evidence to support criticism of the Iraq War, fueling protests and activism against military interventions based on questionable justifications. Challenges to the intelligence community. The Downing Street memo presented challenges to the intelligence community, raising questions about the independence, accuracy, and politicization of intelligence assessments. It prompted a reevaluation of intelligence gathering and analysis methods to ensure objectivity and integrity. Impact on international law and justifications for war. The memo raised legal and ethical questions about the justifications for war, including compliance with international law and the United Nations Charter. It prompted discussions on the criteria and legitimacy of military interventions based on intelligence assessments. Continual relevance. The Downing Street memo remains relevant as a cautionary example of the complexities and potential manipulation in decision-making, processes related to national security and military interventions. It serves as a reminder of the importance of critical analysis, transparency, and accountability in matters of global significance. Prism Surveillance Program. Whistleblower Edward Snowden revealed the existence of this NSA program, collecting data from major tech companies. The Prism Surveillance Program was a clandestine surveillance initiative operated by the U.S. National Security Agency, NASA, from 2007 to 2013. The program's existence was revealed through classified documents leaked by former NSA contractor Edward Snowden in 2013. Origins and purpose. Prism was established after the passage of the U.S. Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, FISA, Amendments Act of 2008. Its primary purpose was to enable the NSA to collect and analyze electronic communications from foreign individuals located outside the United States for counterterrorism and foreign intelligence purposes. Collection of communications data. Prism allowed the NSA to collect vast amounts of electronic communications data, including emails, chat logs, voice and video calls, photos, and other online interactions. The program targeted internet-based services and platforms such as email providers, social media networks, and cloud storage services. Collaboration with technology companies. Under Prism, the NSA gained access to user data from several major technology companies, including Google, Microsoft, Apple, Facebook, and others. These companies were reportedly compelled by court orders to provide the NSA with access to their servers and user data, including content and metadata. Controversial legal framework. The legal basis for Prism was controversial. The program operated under the authority of Section 702 of the FISA Amendments Act, which allows the targeting of non-U.S. persons reasonably believed to be located outside the United States. However, There were concerns about the broad scope of surveillance and potential collection of U.S. citizens' communications incidentally. Upstream and Prism collection methods. The Prism program relied on two primary collection methods, upstream collection and Prism collection. Upstream collection involved intercepting communications as they traveled across the Internet backbone, while Prism collection involved accessing stored user data directly from technology company servers. Data filtering and search queries. The NSA used targeted selectors, such as email addresses or phone numbers, to filter and search the collected data within Prism. These selectors allowed analysts to narrow down and focus on specific individuals or groups of interest for further analysis and investigation. Impact on privacy and civil liberties. The Prism program raised significant concerns about privacy and civil liberties. The mass collection and storage of communications data from both foreign individuals and potentially U.S. citizens raised questions about the extent of government surveillance and the potential for abuse or unwarranted intrusion into individuals' private lives. Whistleblower revelations and public backlash. The leaked documents disclosing the Prism program, along with other surveillance activities, by Edward Snowden triggered a global debate on government surveillance and privacy rights. The revelations led to widespread public backlash, demands for increased transparency, and calls for reform of intelligence practices. Legal and policy repercussions. The disclosure of the Prism program prompted legal challenges and policy debates regarding the balance between national security and individual privacy. Several lawsuits were filed challenging the constitutionality of the program and the legality of the data collection activities. Surveillance oversight and accountability. The revelations of Prism underscored the need for robust oversight and accountability mechanisms to ensure that government surveillance programs operate within legal boundaries and respect individual rights. It led to calls for increased transparency, judicial review, and legislative reforms to provide stronger checks on intelligence agencies' activities. International relations and trust. The Prism program strained international relations, particularly with countries whose citizens' communications were subject to surveillance. The revelations sparked diplomatic tensions and mistrust among allies, raising concerns about the U.S. government's commitment to privacy rights and data protection. Impact on technology companies. The collaboration between technology companies and intelligence agencies under Prism had significant implications for the technology industry. The Sverdlovsk anthrax leak. The Soviet Union's cover-up of an anthrax leak in Sverdlovsk, now Yekaterinburg, that caused numerous deaths. The Sverdlovsk anthrax leak, also known as the Sverdlovsk anthrax incident, refers to a deadly outbreak of anthrax that occurred in the Soviet city of Sverdlovsk, now Yekaterinburg, in 1979. The incident initially sparked speculation and controversy due to conflicting accounts from the Soviet government and international experts. The outbreak. On April 2, 1979, an outbreak of anthrax occurred in Sverdlovsk, located in the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic. Over a short period, hundreds of people fell ill with symptoms consistent with anthrax infection, and many died. Initial Soviet response. The Soviet government initially attributed the outbreak to the consumption of contaminated meat products from an open-air market in Sverdlovsk. They claimed that the outbreak resulted from the ingestion of anthrax spores released by infected livestock. International doubts and speculation. The official Soviet explanation raised doubts and speculation among international experts and the Western media. Skepticism arose because inhalation anthrax, rather than gastrointestinal anthrax, appeared to be the primary form of infection among the victims. Secrecy and disinformation. The Soviet government maintained strict secrecy surrounding the incident and limited access to the affected areas. This contributed to suspicions that they were hiding crucial information about the true cause and extent of the outbreak. Alternative hypotheses. Some experts and researchers, including Dr. Matthew Messelson from Harvard University, proposed alternative explanations for the outbreak. They suggested that the incident might have been the result of an accidental release of airborne anthrax from a nearby military research facility known as Compound 19. Investigative efforts. In the 1990s, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, investigations into the Sverdlovsk anthrax leak gained momentum. International scientists, including Messelson, collaborated with Russian researchers to investigate the incident further and gain access to previously classified documents and samples. The Messelson Report. In 1994, Messelson and his team published their findings in the journal Science, providing strong evidence to support the hypothesis of an airborne release of anthrax spores from Compound 19. They analyzed weather patterns, studied the geographical distribution of cases, and examined tissue samples from victims. Confirmation of accidental release. The Messelson report concluded that the Sverdlovsk anthrax leak resulted from an accidental release of anthrax spores from a military facility. The release occurred due to a combination of factors, including improper safety protocols and a faulty ventilation system. Casualties and cover-up. The Sverdlovsk anthrax leak resulted in the deaths of at least 66 people, although the exact number remains uncertain. The incident highlighted the Soviet government's tendency to cover up accidents and downplay the potential consequences of their military activities. Implications for biological weapons programs. The incident shed light on the Soviet Union's clandestine biological weapons programs during the Cold War. The accidental release of anthrax spores from Compound 19 underscored the risks associated with the development, production, and storage of biological agents. Treaty compliance. The Sverdlovsk anthrax leak raised questions about the Soviet Union's compliance with international treaties, such as the Biological Weapons Convention, WU. The incident demonstrated the challenges of verifying compliance and ensuring transparency in biological weapons related activities. Lessons learned and laboratory safety. The Sverdlovsk anthrax leak prompted renewed emphasis on laboratory safety and biosafety protocols. The incident highlighted the importance of rigorous safety measures and adherence to international guidelines to prevent accidental releases of dangerous pathogens. Scientific collaboration. The investigation into the Sverdlovsk anthrax leak fostered international scientific collaboration and cooperation. Scientists from different countries worked together to unravel the truth behind the incident, exchange knowledge, and share expertise in biosecurity and disease containment. Public health preparedness. The Sverdlovsk anthrax leak served as a wake-up call for governments and public health authorities worldwide to enhance preparedness for biological incidents. It underscored the importance of surveillance, early detection, and effective response strategies to mitigate the impact of outbreaks and potential bioweapons attacks. Strengthening biological weapons conventions. The incident contributed to discussions on strengthening the Biological Weapons Convention, WIC. The international community recognized the need for more robust monitoring and verification mechanisms to prevent the development, production, and use of biological weapons. Legacy of transparency and information sharing. The investigation into the Sverdlovsk anthrax leak fostered a legacy of transparency and information sharing in the field of biological safety and security. It highlighted the importance of open communication and cooperation to prevent, detect, and respond to biosecurity threats. Impact on public awareness. The Sverdlovsk anthrax leak raised public awareness about the risks associated with biological weapons and accidental releases of dangerous pathogens. It prompted discussions on the potential consequences of bioweapons development and the need for strict controls and safeguards. Impact on international relations. The incident had implications for international relations, particularly in terms of trust and cooperation between nations. It highlighted the need for open dialogue and collaboration to address common biosecurity challenges and mitigate the risks associated with biological weapons proliferation. Influence on biosecurity policies. The investigation into the Sverdlovsk anthrax leak influenced the development of biosecurity policies and practices worldwide. It led to the establishment of stringent regulations and guidelines for handling and storing dangerous pathogens and the promotion of laboratory biosafety protocols. Historical reminder. The Sverdlovsk anthrax leak serves as a historical reminder of the dangers posed by biological weapons and the importance of robust surveillance and control measures. It reinforces the need for ongoing vigilance and continued efforts to prevent the proliferation of such weapons. Legacy of scientific integrity. The investigation and subsequent findings of the Sverdlovsk anthrax leak demonstrated the importance of scientific integrity in uncovering the truth. It exemplified the dedication of scientists to seek truth and expose cover-ups, even in politically sensitive situations. Relevance to current biosecurity challenges. The Sverdlovsk anthrax leak remains relevant to current biosecurity challenges, including the prevention of bioweapons development and accidental releases. It serves as a case study for policymakers, scientists, and security experts to learn from and apply lessons in contemporary biosecurity efforts. Ethical considerations. The incident raised ethical considerations regarding the development and use of biological weapons. It prompted discussions on the moral implications of conducting research that could potentially harm human health and the necessity of upholding ethical principles in scientific endeavors. Importance of public and scientific scrutiny. The Sverdlovsk anthrax leak highlighted the vital role of public and scientific scrutiny in uncovering the truth and ensuring accountability. It underscored the significance of independent investigations and the freedom to challenge official narratives to maintain transparency and uphold scientific integrity. Reminder of the fragility of biosecurity. The Sverdlovsk anthrax leak serves as a reminder of the inherent fragility of biosecurity systems. It emphasizes the constant need for vigilance, robust safety measures, and international collaboration to prevent accidents, deliberate misuse, and the unintended release of dangerous pathogens. The CIA's support of the Afghan mujahideen. The CIA's secret backing of Afghan rebels during the Soviet-Afghan War, later contributing to the rise of the Taliban. The CIA's support of the Afghan mujahideen refers to the covert program initiated by the United States Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, during the 1980s to provide assistance and support to Afghan rebels fighting against Soviet forces during the Soviet-Afghan War. Soviet-Afghan War. The Soviet-Afghan War began in 1979 when Soviet forces invaded Afghanistan to support the communist government facing opposition from various Afghan rebel groups, collectively known as the mujahideen. The war turned into a protracted conflict and a significant proxy war between the United States and the Soviet Union. U.S. Cold War objectives. The United States viewed the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan as a direct threat to its Cold War objectives and regional stability. The U.S. government, led by President Jimmy Carter initially and later escalated by President Ronald Reagan, sought to counter Soviet influence by supporting the Afghan mujahideen fighters. CIA's covert operation. The CIA launched a covert operation in collaboration with Pakistan's Inter-Services Intelligence Agency to provide financial, military, and logistical support to the Afghan mujahideen. The operation aimed to weaken and drain Soviet forces and prolong their engagement in a costly war. Weapons and training. The CIA facilitated the supply of weapons including small arms, missiles, and anti-aircraft systems to the Afghan mujahideen. Training camps were established in Pakistan, where Afghan fighters were trained in guerrilla warfare tactics, sabotage, and weapons handling. Funding and coordination. The CIA allocated significant funds to support the Afghan mujahideen, estimated to be in the billions of dollars. The funding was used to procure weapons, provide logistical support, and sustain the resistance effort against Soviet forces. The operation was coordinated through the CIA's Islamabad station in Pakistan. Coalition building. The ECIA facilitated the formation of a broad coalition among various Afghan mujahideen factions, including groups such as the Afghan Islamic Party, Hezb-e-Islami, led by Gulbuddin Hekmatyar, and the Islamic Union for the Liberation of Afghanistan, Ihad, I-Islami, led by Abdul Rasul Sayya. This coalition allowed for more effective resistance against Soviet forces. Stinger missiles. One notable aspect of the CIA support was the introduction of shoulder-fired Stinger surface-to-air missiles. The Stingers proved highly effective in countering Soviet helicopter gunships, undermining Soviet air superiority, and significantly impacting the course of the war. Recruitment and foreign fighters. The CIA facilitated the recruitment of foreign fighters, commonly referred to as Arab Afghans or Afghan Arabs, who traveled to Afghanistan to join the mujahideen. These individuals came from various Muslim countries and were driven by religious zeal or anti-Soviet sentiments. Impact on Soviet forces. The CIA's support significantly contributed to the attrition and demoralization of Soviet forces. The Afghan mujahideen employed hit and run guerrilla tactics and utilized the rugged Afghan terrain to their advantage, inflicting heavy casualties on the Soviet military. Role of Pakistan. Pakistan played a crucial role as the key conduit for U.S. support to the Afghan mujahideen. Pakistani military and intelligence agencies facilitated the training, arming, and safe haven for the mujahideen fighters. This support from Pakistan allowed the EIA to maintain plausible deniability. Complexities of the mujahideen coalition continued. The diverse factions within the mujahideen often had conflicting objectives, ideologies, and ethnic backgrounds. This led to internal power struggles, rivalries, and occasional infighting, which complicated efforts to maintain a unified front against the Soviets and establish stable post-war governance. Rise of Islamist extremism. The CIA's support of the Afghan mujahideen inadvertently contributed to the rise of Islamist extremism in the region. Some factions within the mujahideen, including those with more radical ideologies, received significant support and funding. This laid the groundwork for the emergence of groups like the Taliban and Al-Qaeda in subsequent years. Unintended consequences. The CIA's support of the Afghan mujahideen had unintended consequences. The influx of foreign fighters, weapons, and funding created a volatile environment and contributed to the proliferation of arms and radical ideologies. After the Soviet withdrawal, Afghanistan descended into a protracted civil war. Humanitarian consequences. The Soviet-Afghan War, fueled by the CIA's support of the mujahideen, resulted in significant humanitarian consequences. The conflict caused the displacement of millions of Afghan civilians, widespread destruction, and a loss of life estimated in the hundreds of thousands. Regional dynamics. The CIA's support of the Afghan mujahideen had far-reaching regional implications. It strained relations between the Soviet Union and the United States, escalated tensions in the Cold War, and had ripple effects on neighboring countries, including Pakistan, Iran, and Central Asian states. Legacy of foreign intervention. The CIA's support of the Afghan mujahideen contributed to a legacy of foreign intervention in Afghanistan. It set a precedent for external powers, including the United States, to become involved in the country's internal affairs, which continued to shape Afghanistan's political landscape in subsequent decades. Lessons in proxy warfare. The CIA's support of the Afghan mujahideen offers important lessons in the complexities and potential consequences of proxy warfare. It highlights the need for careful consideration of long-term implications, including unintended consequences and the potential for radicalization and instability. Impact on U.S.-Afghan relations. The CIA's support of the Afghan mujahideen laid the foundation for subsequent U.S.-Afghan relations. While the U.S.'s support was crucial during the war, the withdrawal of resources and attention after the conflict contributed to a sense of abandonment among many Afghans. Historical context of the Cold War. The CIA's support of the Afghan mujahideen should be understood within the broader historical context of the Cold War. It reflects the strategies employed by both superpowers to gain influence and counter one another's interests in regions considered vital to their respective geopolitical objectives. Debate over long-term implications. The CIA's support of the Afghan mujahideen continues to be a subject of debate and analysis. While some argue that it played a significant role in the eventual Soviet withdrawal, others contend that it contributed to the rise of extremism and instability that continues to plague Afghanistan. Influence on counterinsurgency strategies. The CIA's experience in supporting the Afghan mujahideen has influenced subsequent counterinsurgency strategies and approaches. It serves as a case study for understanding the complexities of supporting insurgent groups and the challenges of balancing short-term tactical gains with long-term stability. Importance of strategic clarity. The CIA's support of the Afghan mujahideen underscores the importance of strategic clarity and a comprehensive understanding of the geopolitical landscape. It highlights the need for clear objectives, thoughtful assessment of potential unintended consequences, and robust exit strategies in covert operations. Gender dynamics. The conflict and the subsequent rise of extremist factions had a detrimental impact on gender dynamics in Afghan society. Women's rights and freedoms were severely curtailed under Taliban rule, highlighting the regressive consequences of the conflict and foreign interventions. Geopolitical ramifications. The CIA's support of the Afghan mujahideen had wider geopolitical ramifications beyond the region. It indirectly influenced the dissolution of the Soviet Union as the war contributed to its military, economic, and political strains. The conflict also shaped the dynamics of global jihadism, with implications felt far beyond Afghanistan. Enduring instability. The legacy of the EUECIA's support of the Afghan mujahideen includes enduring instability in Afghanistan. The vacuum left by the Soviet withdrawal, coupled with internal power struggles and external influences, contributed to a protracted state of conflict and political volatility that continues to impact the country today. Lessons for foreign interventions. The CIA's support of the Afghan mujahideen provides valuable lessons for future foreign interventions. It highlights the complexity and challenges of engaging with local actors, balancing short-term interests with long-term stability, and assessing the potential unintended consequences of covert operations. Blowback and global terrorism. The CIA's support of the Afghan mujahideen inadvertently contributed to the rise of global terrorism. Some of the individuals who fought alongside the mujahideen later formed or joined extremist groups, including al-Qaeda. This underscores the unintended consequences and blowback associated with supporting armed groups. Debates on responsibility. The CIA's support of the Afghan mujahideen has led to debates on the responsibility of external actors in conflict zones. It raises questions about the ethical and moral implications of providing support to groups that later perpetuate violence, terrorism, or human rights abuses. Humanitarian aid and reconstruction efforts. Despite the challenges and complexities of the conflict, the CIA's support of the Afghan mujahideen also facilitated the delivery of humanitarian aid and reconstruction efforts in war-torn areas. These initiatives aim to alleviate suffering and rebuild communities affected by the conflict. Shift in U.S. foreign policy priorities. The CIA's support of the Afghan mujahideen represents a shift in U.S. foreign policy priorities during the Cold War. It reflected a willingness to engage in covert operations to advance strategic interests and counter perceived threats, even if the long-term consequences were not fully understood or anticipated. Impact on poppy cultivation. The conflict and the subsequent power vacuum created an environment conducive to the expansion of poppy cultivation in Afghanistan. This fueled the rise of the illicit drug trade and had significant economic, social, and security implications both within the country and globally. Historical precedent for future interventions. The CIA's support of the Afghan mujahideen serves as a historical precedent for future interventions and conflicts. It serves as a case study for policymakers, military strategists, and intelligence agencies to examine the complexities of supporting insurgent groups and the potential long-term ramifications. Relevance to current U.S. engagement in Afghanistan. The CIA's support of the Afghan mujahideen provides historical context for understanding the complexities of the United States' subsequent engagement in Afghanistan. It informs debates and decisions regarding troop deployments, foreign aid, and the potential consequences of military interventions. Local perceptions and Afghan agency continued. The CIA's support of the Afghan mujahideen also raises questions about local perceptions and Afghan agency in shaping the trajectory of the conflict. It highlights the importance of understanding the dynamics and aspirations of local actors, acknowledging their agency, and considering their long-term interests in determining the outcomes of interventions. Reconciliation and post-conflict stabilization. The CIA's support of the Afghan mujahideen underscores the complexities of reconciliation and post-conflict stabilization efforts. It serves as a reminder of the challenges in bringing together diverse factions and building a cohesive and inclusive society after years of conflict. Ethics of proxy warfare. The CIA's support of the Afghan mujahideen raises ethical considerations regarding the use of proxy warfare. It prompts discussions on the responsibilities and potential consequences of supporting armed groups, including the impact on local populations, regional stability, and long-term peace-building efforts. Impact on international perception of jihad. The CIA's support of the Afghan mujahideen played a role in shaping international perceptions of jihad and armed resistance. It influenced narratives and interpretations of jihad and the use of violence in the name of religious or political causes, highlighting the complexities of defining and understanding these concepts. Influence on media and propaganda. The conflict and the ECIA's support of the Afghan mujahideen influenced media narratives and propaganda strategies employed by various actors involved. It demonstrates the power of media in shaping public opinion, perception, and understanding of conflicts and the role of external interventions. Relevance to contemporary armed conflicts. The CIA's support of the Afghan mujahideen remains relevant to contemporary armed conflicts and interventions. It provides insights into the challenges, risks, and unintended consequences associated with supporting armed groups, especially in complex, multi-factional conflicts. Balancing national interests and humanitarian concerns. The CIA's support of the Afghan mujahideen highlights the delicate balance between national interests and humanitarian concerns in foreign interventions. It poses questions about the ethical and moral obligations of external actors to prioritize the protection of civilian lives and human rights in conflict zones. Impact on regional stability. The CIA's support of the Afghan mujahideen had significant implications for regional stability. It contributed to the emergence of a complex network of extremist groups, fueling conflicts beyond Afghanistan's borders and posing ongoing challenges to regional security and stability. Role of non-state actors. The UCIA's support of the Afghan mujahideen emphasizes the role of non-state actors in shaping geopolitical dynamics. It underscores the influence and capabilities of armed groups in asymmetrical conflicts and their ability to shape regional and global security landscapes. Intelligence operations and covert action. The CIA's support of the Afghan mujahideen highlights the role of intelligence operations and covert action in shaping conflicts. It demonstrates the capacity of intelligence agencies to influence events on the ground and the complex interplay between military, political, and intelligence strategies. Challenges of post-conflict reconstruction. The CIA's support of the Afghan mujahideen reveals the challenges of post-conflict reconstruction and state-building efforts. It underscores the complexities of transitioning from a war-torn environment to a stable and inclusive society, addressing the root causes of conflict and building resilient institutions. Impact on global power dynamics. The CIA's support of the Afghan mujahideen impacted global power dynamics, particularly in the context of the Cold War rivalry between the United States and the Soviet Union. It shaped perceptions of power, influence, and the role of covert operations in advancing strategic interests. Lessons for counterinsurgency and counterterrorism strategies. The CIA's support of the Afghan mujahideen offers lessons for counterinsurgency and counterterrorism strategies. It highlights the importance of understanding the local context, including social, cultural, and political dynamics, in formulating effective strategies. It emphasizes the need to balance short-term tactical gains with long-term stability and the risks of unintended consequences. Importance of long-term engagement. The CIA's support of the Afghan mujahideen underscores the importance of long-term engagement in conflict zones. It highlights the challenges of disengagement and the potential vacuum left behind, which can contribute to further instability and radicalization. Dilemmas of proxy warfare. The CIA's support of the Afghan mujahideen raises dilemmas associated with proxy warfare. It demonstrates the complexities of supporting armed groups as a means to achieve strategic objectives while simultaneously managing the risks of unintended consequences and blowback. Evaluating the costs and benefits. The CIA's support of the Afghan mujahideen prompts a critical evaluation of the costs and benefits of interventions. It emphasizes the need to carefully assess the potential long-term impacts, including the risk of empowering extremist elements, before providing support to armed groups. Assessing intelligence and assessments. The CIA's support of the Afghan mujahideen raises questions about the reliability of intelligence assessments and their influence on decision-making processes. It emphasizes the need for robust intelligence analysis, verification, and critical evaluation to inform effective and responsible interventions. Importance of local ownership. The CIA's support of the Afghan mujahideen highlights the significance of local ownership in post-conflict stabilization and governance processes. It underscores the need to empower local actors, build inclusive institutions, and promote a sense of ownership among the population to ensure sustainable peace and stability. Need for post-conflict planning. The CIA's support of the Afghan mujahideen underscores the importance of comprehensive post-conflict planning. It highlights the necessity of developing strategies for stabilization, reconstruction, and reconciliation to address the root causes of conflict and prevent relapse into violence. Unintended consequences of foreign interventions. The CIA's support of the Afghan mujahideen serves as a reminder of the unintended consequences of foreign interventions. It demonstrates the potential for interventions to contribute to long-term instability, radicalization, and the emergence of new threats and conflicts. Balancing national security and human rights. The CIA's support of the Afghan mujahideen raises ethical considerations regarding the balance between national security interests and the protection of human rights. It emphasizes the importance of upholding fundamental rights and ensuring accountability for abuses committed during conflicts. Learning from past mistakes, the CIA's support of the Afghan mujahideen offers an opportunity to learn from past mistakes and improve future interventions. It encourages policymakers and strategists to critically assess historical cases and apply the lessons learned to enhance the effectiveness and responsibility of future engagements. Shaping regional power dynamics, the CIA's support of the Afghan mujahideen impacted regional power dynamics beyond the immediate conflict. It influenced alliances, rivalries, and the broader geopolitical landscape, highlighting the interconnectedness of conflicts and the potential for unintended consequences on regional stability. Revisiting aid and assistance approaches, the CIA's support of the Afghan mujahideen prompts a reevaluation of aid and assistance approaches in conflict zones. It underscores the importance of ensuring that support is aligned with long-term development goals, capacity building, and the empowerment of local communities. The Stuxnet worm, an alleged U.S.-Israeli cyber attack on Iran's nuclear program through the deployment of the Stuxnet computer worm. The Stuxnet worm is a highly sophisticated cyber weapon that was discovered in June 2010. It targeted industrial control systems, specifically those used in Iran's nuclear program. Discovery and initial analysis. The Stuxnet worm was first identified by cybersecurity experts in June 2010. Its complexity and purpose drew immediate attention, as it appeared to be specifically designed to target and disrupt industrial systems, particularly those related to Iran's nuclear facilities. Targeting Iran's nuclear program, Stuxnet was primarily designed to target the Natanz uranium enrichment facility in Iran. The goal was to disrupt Iran's nuclear program by sabotaging the centrifuges used for uranium enrichment, thereby causing technical malfunctions and delays in their operations. Worm structure and propagation. Stuxnet was a self-replicating worm that could spread through various means, including removable drives, local networks, and the Internet. It utilized multiple zero-day vulnerabilities, meaning previously unknown software vulnerabilities, to propagate and infect target systems. Highly sophisticated code. Stuxnet exhibited a high level of sophistication and employed advanced techniques to evade detection and hinder analysis. It utilized rootkit functionalities to conceal its presence, exploited multiple vulnerabilities, and employed complex encryption and obfuscation techniques to protect its code. Dual attack strategy. Stuxnet employed a dual attack strategy combining both physical and cyber components. It targeted both the software control systems, such as the Siemens programmable logic controllers, PLCs, and the physical hardware, such as the centrifuges, in a coordinated effort to cause maximum disruption. Exploitation of zero-day vulnerabilities. Stuxnet utilized multiple zero-day vulnerabilities to infect target systems. This highlighted the value and rarity of these vulnerabilities, as they are highly sought after by both cybercriminals and state-sponsored actors due to their effectiveness in bypassing security measures. PLC manipulation. Stuxnet specifically targeted Siemens PLCs, which are widely used in industrial control systems. It manipulated the code in the PLCs to alter the speed and operation of the centrifuges, causing mechanical stress and damage that led to their failure. Complexity of the attack payload. Stuxnet's attack payload included multiple components, each designed to perform specific tasks. It consisted of a worm module responsible for propagation, a rootkit module for hiding its presence, a command, and control module for communication with its operators, and a payload module for executing the sabotage. Covert communication channels. Stuxnet employed various covert communication channels to receive commands and transmit data to its operators. It used a combination of peer-to-peer communication, communication through infected systems, and command, and control servers located outside Iran to maintain covert operations. Unique signatures and targeting. Stuxnet had unique signatures that allowed it to identify its target systems accurately. It searched for specific configurations associated with the centrifuge control systems used in the Natanz facility, ensuring that it only affected the intended targets. Nation. State involvement. The level of sophistication, resources, and knowledge required to develop Stuxnet led experts to conclude that it was likely a state-sponsored cyber weapon. Although no official attribution has been made, various reports suggest that the United States and Israel were involved in its development. Impact and damage assessment. The Stuxnet worm caused significant damage to Iran's nuclear program. It reportedly set back Iran's uranium enrichment efforts by several years, as it disrupted thousands of centrifuges, resulting in equipment failures, production delays, and financial losses for the Iranian regime. Unintended consequences. While Stuxnet was intended to target Iran's nuclear program, it also had unintended consequences. The worm escaped containment and spread beyond its intended targets. Infected systems outside of Iran were discovered, indicating that the worm had the potential to affect critical infrastructure systems worldwide. Awareness of industrial control systems vulnerabilities. Stuxnet raised awareness about the vulnerabilities present in industrial control systems, and their potential exploitation by cyber weapons. It highlighted the need for enhanced security measures and practices within critical infrastructure sectors to protect against similar attacks. Escalation of cyber warfare. Stuxnet marked a significant escalation in the realm of cyber warfare. Its level of sophistication and specific targeting of critical infrastructure systems demonstrated the potential for cyber attacks to cause physical damage and disrupt vital operations, blurring the lines between physical and virtual warfare. Impact on cybersecurity strategies. The discovery of Stuxnet prompted a reassessment of cybersecurity strategies and defense mechanisms. It revealed the need for enhanced protection of critical infrastructure systems, improved incident response capabilities, and greater international cooperation to address the evolving threat landscape. Copycat attacks and proliferation of advanced threats. Stuxnet's success and notoriety sparked interest among other nation-states, cybercriminal groups, and hacktivist organizations. This led to an increase in the development and deployment of advanced cyber threats targeting critical infrastructure and industrial control systems. Heightened geopolitical tensions. Stuxnet further heightened geopolitical tensions, particularly between Iran, the United States, and Israel. The discovery and attribution of the attack fueled accusations and counter-accusations, contributing to a climate of distrust and hostility in the international arena. Retaliation and offensive cyber operations. Stuxnet set a precedent for offensive cyber operations by state-sponsored actors. It demonstrated the potential effectiveness of using cyber weapons to target critical infrastructure, and it increased the likelihood of retaliation and counterattacks in the evolving landscape of cyber warfare. Impact on nuclear non-proliferation efforts. Stuxnet's impact on Iran's nuclear program had broader implications for global nuclear non-proliferation efforts. The sabotage of Iran's centrifuges raised questions about the effectiveness of traditional arms control measures in an era of emerging cyber threats and covert operations. Technical advancements in cyber weapons. Stuxnet showcased the technical advancements and capabilities of cyber weapons. Its innovative methods, including the exploitation of zero-day vulnerabilities and manipulation of industrial control systems, demonstrated the level of sophistication that can be achieved in developing destructive cyber tools. Implications for international law and norms. The use of Stuxnet raised questions about the applicability of existing international laws and norms in governing cyber warfare. Its covert nature, attribution challenges, and potential collateral damage highlighted the need for updated legal frameworks to address cyber conflict effectively. Public awareness and understanding of cyber threats. The discovery and analysis of Stuxnet increased public awareness and understanding of cyber threats. It drew attention to the potential consequences of cyber attacks on critical infrastructure and highlighted the need for individuals, organizations, and governments to prioritize cybersecurity. Impact on cybersecurity cooperation. Stuxnet underscored the necessity for international cooperation in addressing cyber threats. It emphasized the importance of information sharing, joint defense mechanisms, and coordinated responses to mitigate the risks posed by sophisticated cyber weapons. Lessons learned and evolving cyber defense strategies. Stuxnet served as a catalyst for lessons learned in cybersecurity. It prompted the development of more robust defenses, enhanced monitoring and detection capabilities, and the implementation of proactive measures to safeguard critical infrastructure from advanced threats. Ethical considerations in cyber warfare. The use of Stuxnet raised ethical considerations regarding the use of cyber weapons. It sparked debates about the proportionality and necessity of such attacks, the potential collateral damage inflicted on civilian populations, and the long-term consequences of crossing the boundaries between virtual and physical warfare. Accountability and attribution challenges. Stuxnet highlighted the challenges of attribution and accountability in cyberspace. The covert nature of the attack and the difficulty in tracing its origin and perpetrators raised questions about how to hold responsible parties accountable for their actions and establish deterrence in the cyber realm. Implications for critical infrastructure protection. The discovery of Stuxnet emphasized the need for robust protection measures for critical infrastructure systems. It prompted governments and organizations to invest in enhanced cybersecurity practices, threat intelligence sharing, and the development of resilient infrastructure to withstand cyber attacks. Shift in cybersecurity paradigm. Stuxnet represented a paradigm shift in cybersecurity, moving beyond traditional notions of malware and data breaches. It demonstrated the potential for cyber attacks to cause physical destruction and harm, forcing a reevaluation of security strategies and a focus on protecting critical systems. Importance of international norms and cyber diplomacy. Stuxnet highlighted the need for establishing international norms and agreements to govern cyber operations. It emphasized the importance of cyber diplomacy in mitigating conflicts, fostering trust, and preventing escalation in an increasingly interconnected and vulnerable digital world. Impact on cybersecurity industry and research. The discovery and analysis of Stuxnet significantly impacted the cybersecurity industry and research. It prompted a renewed focus on industrial control system security, the development of more advanced detection and mitigation techniques, and a growing demand for cybersecurity professionals with specialized expertise. National security views. Global consequences. Stuxnet raised questions about the balance between national security interests and the potential global consequences of cyber operations. It underscored the interconnected nature of cyberspace and the need for responsible decision-making that considers the broader implications of state-sponsored cyber actions. Resilience and redundancy in critical systems. The disruption caused by Stuxnet underscored the importance of building resilience and redundancy into critical systems. It prompted efforts to strengthen the ability of industrial control systems to withstand and recover from cyber attacks, minimizing the potential impact on operations. Awareness of insider threats. Stuxnet highlighted the potential for insider threats in cyber operations. The worm's complex code and knowledge of the target systems suggested the involvement of individuals with deep technical expertise and access to sensitive information, emphasizing the need for stringent insider threat mitigation measures. long-term consequences for nuclear programs. Stuxnet's impact on Iran's nuclear program had long-term consequences. It affected Iran's perception of cyber threats and its investments in cybersecurity, shaping its approach to protecting critical infrastructure. Similarly, other nations with nuclear programs became more cautious about potential cyber vulnerabilities. Raising the bar for cybersecurity defenses, Stuxnet served as a wake-up call for organizations and governments worldwide to enhance their cybersecurity defenses. It led to increased investment in advanced threat detection, intrusion prevention systems, and cybersecurity awareness training to counter sophisticated cyber attacks like Stuxnet. The need for international cybersecurity collaboration. Stuxnet highlighted the importance of international collaboration in addressing the global challenges posed by cyber threats. It emphasized the necessity of cooperation among nations, cybersecurity organizations, and industry stakeholders to exchange information, share best practices, and strengthen collective defenses. Importance of continuous threat monitoring. The discovery of Stuxnet underscored the need for continuous threat monitoring and the development of adaptive cybersecurity strategies. It demonstrated that even highly sophisticated attacks can occur undetected for extended periods, emphasizing the importance of proactive defenses and vigilant monitoring. Operation Ajax. The CIA led coup in 1953 that overthrew Iran's democratically elected Prime Minister, Mohammad Mossadegh. Operation Ajax, also known as the 1953 Iranian coup d'etat, was a covert operation carried out by the United States and the United Kingdom to overthrow the democratically elected government of Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh in Iran. Background. In the early 1950s, Iran was in the midst of political and social upheaval. Mohammad Mossadegh, a nationalist leader, had become popular for his efforts to nationalize Iran's oil industry, which had been under British control through the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, now BP. This move threatened Western interests and led to a confrontation between Iran and the British government. Western concerns. The Western powers, especially the United States and the United Kingdom, were concerned about the nationalization of Iran's oil industry and the potential loss of control over Iranian resources. They saw Mossadegh's government as a threat to their strategic and economic interests in the region. Planning and coordination. The operation was meticulously planned and coordinated between the ECIA and the British intelligence agency, MI6. Kermit Roosevelt, AKI operative and grandson of USA, operative and grandson of U.S. President Theodore Roosevelt played a significant role in orchestrating the coup. Propaganda campaign. As part of the operation, the CIA and MI6 launched a propaganda campaign to portray Mossadegh as a communist sympathizer and a threat to Iran's stability. They disseminated false stories, spread rumors, and utilized media outlets to create a negative image of Mossadegh and his government. Economic warfare. To weaken Mossadegh's government, the CIA and British intelligence agencies implemented economic warfare tactics. They imposed economic sanctions, orchestrated strikes, and encouraged protests to create civil unrest and economic instability. Covert actions. The CIA, with the help of local operatives and Iranian military officers, organized demonstrations and riots to create an atmosphere of chaos and instability. They also instigated violence, which further undermined Mossadegh's authority and strengthened the case for his removal. Role of Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi. The operation relied heavily on the cooperation of Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, who held significant power and influence in Iran. The Shah, who had been stripped of much of his power by Mossadegh, was reinstated and played a pivotal role in the success of the coup. Execution of the coup. On August 19, 1953, with the support of the Shah, CIA, and MI6, backed forces staged a military coup. Mossadegh was arrested, and the Shah appointed General Fazlollah Zahedi as the new prime minister. The Shah's power was restored, and Mossadegh's government was overthrown. Aftermath. Following the coup, the Shah became increasingly autocratic, centralizing power and suppressing dissent. Iran's oil industry was once again under Western control, with the Ajax later renamed as British Petroleum. Legacy and consequences. Operation Ajax had significant and long-lasting consequences. It solidified Western control over Iran's oil industry, which fueled anti-Western sentiments and nationalism in Iran. The coup contributed to the rise of anti-Shah and anti-Western movements, leading to the Iranian Revolution in 1979. Criticisms and controversies. Operation Ajax has been widely criticized for its disregard of Iran's sovereignty, its intervention in the internal affairs of a sovereign nation, and the negative long-term effects on Iranian politics. It remains a source of tension in U.S.-Iran relations to this day. Declassification and acknowledgement continued. In 2013, the U.S. government officially acknowledged its role in the 1953 coup and declassified a large number of documents related to Operation Ajax. This acknowledgement further fueled debates and discussions about the ethics and consequences of covert interventions in foreign countries. Lessons learned. Operation Ajax serves as a case study for the complexities and long-term ramifications of covert interventions. It highlights the need for careful consideration of the potential consequences, including unintended outcomes and blowback, before engaging in covert operations that aim to shape the political landscape of other nations. Impact on Iranian-American relations. Operation Ajax had a profound impact on Iranian-American relations. It created a deep sense of resentment and mistrust among Iranians toward the United States, which contributed to the strained relationship between the two countries for decades. The coup continues to shape the dynamics of their interactions. Impact on Middle East politics. Operation Ajax had wider implications for Middle East politics. It contributed to the perception of the United States and the United Kingdom as meddling foreign powers, fueling anti-Western sentiments in the region. It also influenced the trajectory of political Islam and nationalist movements in the Middle East. Role of oil in geopolitics. Operation Ajax underscored the centrality of oil in global geopolitics. It demonstrated the lengths to which powerful nations were willing to go to protect their interests in oil-rich regions, highlighting the intertwined nature of energy resources, politics, and foreign interventions. Revisiting foreign intervention policies. The 1953 coup in Iran prompted discussions about the ethics and legality of foreign interventions in sovereign nations. It raised questions about the balance between national interests and respect for self-determination, emphasizing the need for transparent and accountable foreign policies. Repercussions for democracy and governance. Operation Ajax dealt a blow to democratic governance in Iran. The removal of a democratically elected leader and the subsequent consolidation of power by the Shah undermined the democratic process, contributing to a legacy of authoritarianism and political instability in the country. Popular narratives and historical memory. Operation Ajax is a significant part of Iranian historical memory and plays a crucial role in the popular narrative of resistance against foreign interference. It is often cited as an example of Western imperialism and has shaped Iranian national identity and collective memory. Implications for covert operations. Operation Ajax has informed discussions on the ethics and implications of covert operations conducted by intelligence agencies. It underscores the need for transparency, accountability, and adherence to international legal frameworks in covert actions that may impact the sovereignty and stability of other nations. Reflections on intelligence oversight. The 1953 coup in Iran sparked reflections on intelligence oversight mechanisms. It emphasized the importance of robust oversight and accountability to prevent abuses and ensure that intelligence agencies operate within legal and ethical boundaries. Contextualizing modern Iranian politics. Operation Ajax provides historical context for understanding modern Iranian politics. It sheds light on the deep-rooted grievances, anti-Western sentiments, and nationalism that have shaped Iranian political discourse and policies, including the nuclear program and regional involvement. Academic and scholarly research. Operation Ajax continues to be a subject of academic research and analysis. It is examined within the fields of political science, history, international relations, and intelligence studies, contributing to a deeper understanding of covert interventions and their impacts. Importance of historical context. Operation Ajax highlights the significance of historical context in shaping present-day conflicts and tensions. It serves as a reminder of the interconnectedness of historical events and the complexities of political relationships, influencing perceptions and actions on the global stage. Re-evaluating foreign policy priorities. The fallout from Operation Ajax has prompted re-evaluations of foreign policy priorities, particularly with regard to the balance between strategic interests and ethical considerations. The NSA's Echelon surveillance program, a global signals intelligence system developed by the U.S. and its allies to intercept and analyze electronic communications. The Echelon surveillance program is a global signals intelligence (SIGINT) system that was allegedly developed and operated by the United States, along with its Five Eyes intelligence alliance partners Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and the United Kingdom. Origins and purpose. The origins of Echelon can be traced back to the 1940s and the Cold War era. Its primary purpose was to intercept and analyze electronic communications, including telephone calls, fax messages, emails, and other forms of digital communication, with the aim of gathering intelligence on potential threats such as terrorism, organized crime, and espionage. Global network. Echelon is believed to consist of a vast network of interception facilities, satellite systems, and listening posts strategically positioned around the world. The program reportedly intercepts and processes massive amounts of communications traffic, utilizing advanced technology and automated systems to filter, search, and analyze the collected data. Five Eyes collaboration. Echelon operates under the framework of the Five Eyes Intelligence Alliance, which facilitates cooperation and information sharing among the United States, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and the United Kingdom. The participating countries reportedly pool their resources and share intercepted communications to maximize the program's effectiveness. Interception methods. Echelon employs various methods to intercept communications. These include tapping into telecommunications cables, intercepting satellite communications, monitoring internet traffic, and utilizing advanced technologies capable of intercepting wireless communications. Automated keyword filtering. One of the key features of Echelon is its automated keyword filtering capabilities. The program allegedly scans intercepted communications for specific keywords, phrases, and patterns that match predefined search criteria, allowing intelligence agencies to focus on relevant information. Global coverage. Echelon's global reach enables it to intercept communications from all over the world. It reportedly targets both foreign governments and organizations, as well as individuals of interest, including suspected terrorists, criminals, and individuals involved in espionage activities. Controversies and privacy concerns. The Echelon program has generated significant controversies and raised privacy concerns. Critics argue that the program operates with minimal oversight and lacks transparency, potentially infringing upon individuals' right to privacy and civil liberties. Economic espionage allegations. Echelon has been at the center of allegations related to economic espionage. Critics claim that the program has been used to gather intelligence on foreign businesses and gain a competitive advantage for participating countries' industries, leading to accusations of unfair practices. Whistleblower revelations. Over the years, several whistleblowers have come forward with claims about the existence and operations of Echelon. Notably, former intelligence officer Margaret Newsham and journalist Duncan Campbell have provided insights into the program's capabilities and alleged activities. Official denials and secrecy. The governments involved in Echelon have generally been tight-lipped about the program's details. Official statements have often downplayed its scope and capabilities, emphasizing that its primary purpose is to gather foreign intelligence and protect national security interests. Legal framework. The legal framework surrounding Echelon's operations remains largely classified. Its activities likely operate within the bounds of each participating country's national laws and regulations governing signals intelligence collection and foreign intelligence collection and foreign intelligence operations. Post-9/11 expansion. Following the September 11, 2001 attacks, there were reports of an expansion of surveillance programs, including Echelon, as part of enhanced counterterrorism efforts. This led to further debates about the balance between national security imperatives and individual privacy rights. Contemporary relevance. While specific details about Echelon's current operations are scarce, the program continues to be referenced in discussions about global surveillance and the capabilities of intelligence agencies. Its alleged activities have fueled ongoing debates regarding the balance between national security and individual privacy rights in the digital age. Impact on international relations. Echelon's existence and activities have had implications for international relations. Its reported interception of communications from foreign governments and organizations has strained diplomatic relations and raised concerns about the extent to which countries are willing to go to gain intelligence advantages. Technological advancements. The development and operation of Echelon have been driven by advancements in technology. As technology continues to evolve, the capabilities and methods employed by the program are likely to adapt and expand, posing new challenges for privacy advocates and policymakers. Public awareness and privacy advocacy. The revelations surrounding Echelon and other similar surveillance programs have spurred public awareness and advocacy for privacy rights. Civil liberties organizations and activists have called for increased transparency, oversight, and stronger legal protections against unwarranted surveillance. Impact on communications encryption. The existence of Echelon has influenced the adoption and use of encryption technologies. The revelations about widespread surveillance have led to a heightened demand for secure communications tools and encryption protocols to protect individual privacy and sensitive information. Evolving legal and policy debates. Echelon's operations have stimulated ongoing debates about the legal and policy frameworks governing surveillance activities. The program has prompted discussions on the adequacy of existing laws, the need for judicial oversight, and the protection of individual rights in the face of advanced surveillance capabilities. Global surveillance cooperation. The existence of Echelon has shed light on the extent of global surveillance cooperation among intelligence agencies. It has raised questions about the degree of information sharing and collaboration between the participating countries, as well as the potential impact on privacy rights and the rule of law. Implications for intelligence gathering and analysis. Echelon's sophisticated interception and analysis capabilities have likely had a significant impact on the intelligence community's ability to gather and process vast amounts of information. It has influenced the development of intelligence analysis techniques and technologies to sift through and derive insights from the intercepted data. Re-evaluation of intelligence oversight mechanisms. The revelations surrounding Echelon have prompted re-evaluation of intelligence oversight mechanisms. Governments and policymakers have faced calls to enhance transparency, strengthen checks and balances, and establish robust mechanisms to ensure accountability and prevent abuse of surveillance powers. Impact on digital governance and data protection. The existence of Echelon and similar surveillance programs has raised concerns about digital governance and data protection. It has prompted discussions on the need for international norms and regulations to safeguard individual privacy and secure the integrity of global communications networks. Influence on national security strategies. The capabilities demonstrated by Echelon have likely influenced national security strategies. Governments and intelligence agencies have recognized the value of signals intelligence and have allocated resources to bolster their own capabilities in an increasingly interconnected and digitized world, shaping public perception and trust. Echelon's revelations have influenced public perception of government surveillance and intelligence activities. It has led to skepticism, mistrust, and calls for increased transparency and accountability in order to rebuild public trust in intelligence agencies and their activities. Ethical considerations. The operation of Echelon raises ethical considerations related to mass surveillance, privacy, invasion, and the potential for abuse of power. The trade-offs between national security interests and individual rights continue to be subject to ethical scrutiny and debates. The Panama Papers, a leak of documents revealing the offshore financial activities of numerous politicians, celebrities, and corporations. The Panama Papers is a term used to refer to a massive leak of confidential financial documents that occurred in 2016. These documents, totaling 11.5 million files, were leaked from the Panamanian law firm Mossack Fonseca by an anonymous source and provided insights into the secretive world of offshore finance. Background: the Panama Papers leak was the result of an investigation conducted by the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists, ICG, in collaboration with German newspaper Süddeutsche Zeitung. The leaked documents originated from the Panamanian law firm Mossack Fonseca, known for providing offshore financial services and creating anonymous companies for clients worldwide. Scope and contents. The leak comprised 2.6 terabytes of data, including emails, financial spreadsheets, corporate records, and other confidential documents dating back several decades. The information implicated numerous politicians, celebrities, business leaders, and public figures from around the world. Offshore finance and tax evasion. The Panama Papers shed light on the prevalence of offshore finance and its role in facilitating tax evasion, money laundering, and illicit financial activities. The leaked documents revealed how individuals and entities used offshore companies and complex structures to conceal assets, evade taxes, and avoid scrutiny. Mossack Fonseca's role. The leaked documents exposed Mossack Fonseca's extensive involvement in creating and managing offshore companies for clients seeking secrecy and financial advantages. The firm operated in multiple jurisdictions and offered services that allowed clients to establish complex corporate structures with nominee directors and shareholders. Global impact. The Panama Papers had a global impact implicating individuals and entities from more than 200 countries. Prominent figures, including heads of state, politicians, business magnates, and celebrities, were linked to offshore companies, raising questions about their financial practices and potential conflicts of interest. Political fallout. The leak resulted in political controversies and repercussions worldwide. Several high-ranking government officials, including prime ministers, presidents, and ministers, faced scrutiny, investigations, and public pressure to address the revelations and explain their connections to offshore companies. Calls for transparency and tax reform. The Panama Papers triggered widespread calls for greater transparency in financial systems and tax reform. The leaked documents highlighted the loopholes and vulnerabilities in the global financial architecture, prompting demands for stronger regulations, improved tax cooperation between countries, and measures to combat tax evasion and money laundering. Legal investigations and prosecutions. The release of the Panama Papers led to numerous legal investigations and prosecutions around the world. Authorities in various countries launched inquiries into individuals and entities named in the leaked documents, seeking to uncover potential illegal activities and recover unpaid taxes. Whistleblower protection. The anonymous source who leaked the Panama Papers remains unidentified. The leak, highlighted the importance of whistleblower protection and the role of whistleblowers in exposing wrongdoing, while also raising concerns about the risks they face in disclosing sensitive information. Media collaboration and data journalism. The investigation and reporting on the Panama Papers demonstrated the power of media collaboration and data journalism. The ICG coordinated efforts among hundreds of journalists worldwide using advanced data analysis techniques to uncover connections and patterns within the leaked documents. Financial transparency reforms. In the wake of the Panama Papers, there were calls for increased financial transparency and disclosure requirements. Governments and international organizations initiated efforts to address offshore tax evasion and enhance cooperation to combat illicit financial flows. Impact on public perception. The Panama Papers significantly influenced public perception regarding the integrity and fairness of the global financial system. The revelations reinforced existing concerns about wealth inequality, tax avoidance by the wealthy, and the perceived lack of accountability for powerful individuals and corporations. Long-term repercussions. The Panama Papers leak sparked a broader discussion about income inequality, corporate accountability, and the need for financial transparency. It fueled public outrage and led to a reevaluation of public policy on tax havens, offshore finance, and anti-money laundering regulations. Reforms in offshore financial centers. The leak prompted offshore financial centers, including Panama, to face increased scrutiny and pressure to implement reforms. It exposed the vulnerabilities and potential risks associated with these jurisdictions, leading to efforts to enhance regulation and transparency in their financial sectors. Strengthening of anti-money laundering efforts. The Panama Papers leak highlighted the role of offshore companies in facilitating money laundering. As a result, there has been a renewed focus on strengthening anti-money laundering measures and improving international cooperation in combating illicit financial activities. Public awareness and activism. The Panama Papers leak raised public awareness about the mechanisms used by the wealthy and powerful to hide assets and evade taxes. It sparked activism and campaigns demanding greater accountability and fairness in the global financial system, driving discussions on wealth inequality and the concentration of economic power. Global tax transparency initiatives. In response to the Panama Papers, international efforts were launched to promote tax transparency and combat tax evasion. Initiatives such as the Common Reporting Standard, CRARS, and the Automatic Exchange of Information, EOI, were introduced to facilitate the exchange of tax-related information among countries. Corporate accountability and ethics. The leak highlighted the role of corporations in utilizing offshore structures for tax avoidance purposes. It fueled discussions on corporate accountability, responsible business practices, and the need for ethical conduct in the corporate world. Reputational damage and legal consequences. Entities named in the Panama Papers faced significant reputational damage and potential legal consequences. The revelations led to investigations, fines, and sanctions for individuals and companies involved in illicit activities, reinforcing the importance of adhering to legal and ethical standards in financial dealings. Focus on global wealth inequality. The leak contributed to broader discussions about global wealth inequality and the concentration of wealth in the hands of a few. It underscored the disparities in financial opportunities and the impact of offshore finance on exacerbating inequality. Impact on financial services industry. The leak had consequences for the financial services industry, particularly for offshore service providers. It led to increased scrutiny and demands for greater transparency and compliance with regulations, prompting some companies to reassess their practices and adopt stricter due diligence measures. Evolving techniques of investigative journalism. The Panama Papers leak showcased the evolving techniques of investigative journalism in the digital age. It demonstrated the power of data-driven journalism, collaboration across borders, and the potential of whistleblowers to expose wrongdoing and hold the powerful accountable. Public demand for government action. The Panama Papers leak generated public pressure on governments to take action against tax evasion, money laundering, and illicit financial activities. It became a rallying point for citizens demanding stricter regulations, tax justice, and the fair distribution of wealth. International cooperation and exchange of information. The leak underscored the importance of international cooperation and information sharing in combating offshore tax evasion. It prompted efforts to enhance cooperation among governments, financial institutions, and regulatory bodies to share intelligence and combat illicit financial flows. Personal and political consequences. The Panama Papers had personal and political consequences for individuals implicated in the leaked documents. Some faced resignations, reputational damage, and legal consequences, altering the political landscape in certain countries and highlighting the potential repercussions of involvement in offshore finance. Operation Snow White. The Church of Scientology's infiltration and illegal activities within the U.S. government. Operation Snow White was a clandestine operation conducted by the Church of Scientology in the 1970s with the aim of infiltrating and purging unfavorable information from various government agencies and organizations. Background. Operation Snow White was initiated by the Church of Scientology, a religious organization founded by L. Ron Hubbard. The church perceived itself as being under scrutiny and facing opposition from government agencies, particularly the Internal Revenue Service, and sought to remove any potentially damaging information. Scope and objectives. Operation Snow White aimed to obtain and purge unfavorable documents and records related to the Church of Scientology held by various government agencies, including the IRS, the U.S. Department of Justice, and the U.S. State Department. The operation also targeted private organizations and individuals perceived as adversaries of the Church. Infiltration and espionage. The Church of Scientology employed covert means to infiltrate government agencies and organizations. It used a network of church members known as the Guardian's Office to obtain positions within these entities, gaining access to confidential files and information. Forged documents and false identities. Operation Snow White involved the creation of forged documents and false identities to deceive government officials and gain unauthorized access to sensitive information. Church members used these tactics to infiltrate targeted agencies and retrieve or alter documents. Information theft and destruction. Church operatives stole or copied confidential documents from government agencies and private organizations. They sought to remove any materials deemed harmful to the church's reputation and interests, including information related to its activities, controversies, and legal battles. Coordinated actions worldwide. Operation Snow White was a global operation conducted by the Church of Scientology. Church members in different countries, including the United States, the United Kingdom, and other European nations, participated in the conspiracy to gather information and carry out directives from the Church's leadership. Legal and ethical concerns. Operation Snow White violated numerous laws, including burglary, wiretapping, and theft of government property. The operation raised serious legal and ethical concerns as it involved the infiltration of government agencies and the alteration or destruction of official records. Discovery and legal consequences. In 1977, the operation came to light when the FBI conducted raids on church facilities in the United States. The raids uncovered evidence of the church's illegal activities, including documents related to Operation Snow White. The church and several high-ranking members were subsequently indicted and convicted for various crimes. Implications for the Church of Scientology. Operation Snow White had significant repercussions for the Church of Scientology. It tarnished the church's public image, led to increased scrutiny from law enforcement agencies, and resulted in legal battles and ongoing controversies surrounding the Church's practices and transparency. Reforms and oversight. The exposure of Operation Snow White prompted reforms in government agencies regarding information security, personnel screening, and oversight procedures. It highlighted the need for increased safeguards against infiltrations and illegal activities targeting sensitive government institutions. Media coverage and public awareness. Operation Snow White received widespread media coverage exposing the Church of Scientology's covert activities and raising public awareness about its controversial practices. The revelation sparked public debates and discussions about religious organizations, their influence, and the limits of their activities. Influence on whistleblower protection. The exposure of Operation Snow White highlighted the significance of whistleblower protection in uncovering illegal activities within organizations. It underscored the importance of legal protections and avenues for individuals to come forward with information about illegal or unethical actions. Impact on government, religion relations. Operation Snow White strained the relationship between the Church of Scientology and government agencies. It led to increased skepticism and scrutiny of the Church's activities, as well as legal battles over its tax, exempt status, and recognition as a religious organization. The operation highlighted the potential conflicts between religious freedoms and illegal or unethical actions undertaken in the name of religion. Whistleblower exposes and transparency. Operation Snow White and subsequent legal proceedings prompted former Church of Scientology members to come forward with first-hand accounts of the operation and other controversial practices within the organization. These whistleblowers' testimonies increased transparency and public understanding of the Church's internal activities. Public perception of the Church of Scientology. Operation Snow White had a lasting impact on public perception of the Church of Scientology. The revelations and subsequent legal actions contributed to widespread skepticism and criticism of the Church's practices, management, and transparency. It also led to increased public scrutiny of the organization's activities and controversies. Legal precedent and awareness of cults. Operation Snow White and the subsequent legal proceedings increased awareness and understanding of cult-like behavior and the potential dangers associated with manipulative organizations. It set legal precedents for prosecuting illegal activities conducted under the guise of religion or belief systems. Reform within the Church of Scientology. The exposure of Operation Snow White forced the Church of Scientology to make internal reforms and modify its practices to address legal concerns and public perception. The Church implemented new policies, procedures, and public relations strategies to distance itself from past controversies and illegal activities. Government agency reforms. The revelations surrounding Operation Snow White prompted government agencies to strengthen their security measures, enhance information protection protocols, and improve personnel screening processes. These reforms aim to prevent similar infiltrations and illegal activities within government institutions. Impact on investigative journalism. Operation Snow White served as a significant case study for investigative journalists. The operation highlighted the power of investigative reporting to uncover hidden activities, expose illegal actions, and hold powerful organizations accountable. Lessons learned about organizational control. Operation Snow White shed light on the inner workings of the Church of Scientology and raised questions about the control exerted by its leadership. The operation underscored the potential risks associated with organizations that employ secretive and manipulative tactics to protect their interests. Cultural and literary impact. The story of Operation Snow White and the controversies surrounding the Church of Scientology have influenced literature, documentaries, and fictional works. These accounts have contributed to public understanding and cultural discussions regarding religious organizations, secrecy, and abuses of power. Legacy in the fight against organizational misconduct. Operation Snow White stands as a reminder of the importance of oversight, transparency, and accountability within organizations, particularly those claiming religious or ideological purposes. It serves as a case study for identifying and addressing misconduct and illegal activities in influential organizations. Influence on religious freedom and regulation. Operation Snow White prompted discussions on the balance between religious freedom and the need for regulation and oversight. It raised questions about the limits of religious practices when they involve illegal or unethical actions and underscored the importance of protecting individuals from abuses within religious institutions. Ongoing controversies and legal battles. The revelations from Operation Snow White continue to fuel ongoing controversies and legal battles involving the Church of Scientology. These include issues surrounding its tax, exempt status, allegations of abuse and coercion, and debates over the limits of religious protections in democratic societies. Continuing scrutiny of the Church of Scientology, Operation Snow White marked a turning point in the public's perception and scrutiny of the Church of Scientology. The operation, along with subsequent controversies and investigations, led to ongoing public interest, media coverage, and scrutiny of the Church's practices and influence. The Gulf of Tonkin incident, a disputed event that led to increased U.S. involvement in the Vietnam War. The Gulf of Tonkin incident refers to two separate alleged confrontations that occurred in the Gulf of Tonkin, off the coast of North Vietnam, in August 1964. The incidents played a significant role in escalating U.S. involvement in the Vietnam War. First incident, on August 2, 1964, the U.S. Maddox, a U.S. Navy destroyer, conducted a routine intelligence, gathering patrol in the Gulf of Tonkin. It was accompanied by South Vietnamese naval vessels. The Maddox detected radar signals and received reports of torpedo attacks from North Vietnamese patrol boats. The destroyer fired warning shots in response. Second incident. On August 4, 1964, the Maddox, along with the U.S. Turner Joy, reported another attack by North Vietnamese patrol boats. However, subsequent investigations and declassified documents have raised questions about the veracity of this second attack. Some suggest that the reported torpedoes were likely false radar images and that the perceived attack was a result of misinterpretation and sensory overload. Johnson administration's response. President Lyndon B. Johnson, citing the Gulf of Tonkin incidents, sought a congressional resolution that would authorize the use of military force in Vietnam. The Gulf of Tonkin resolution was passed on August 7, 1964, granting the president broad powers to conduct military operations without a formal declaration of war. Criticisms and contradictions. Over time, the Gulf of Tonkin incidents and the subsequent resolution have faced significant criticism. Many argue that the Johnson administration exaggerated or manipulated the events to justify an escalation of U.S. involvement in Vietnam. Critics claim that the administration used the incidents as a pretext for pursuing its policy of military intervention. Uncertainty and disputed narratives. The nature and scope of the alleged attacks remain a subject of debate. Declassified documents and accounts from military officials suggest inconsistencies and contradictions in the initial reports and subsequent intelligence assessments. These discrepancies have fueled doubts about the accuracy and reliability of the information presented at the time. Role of Signals Intelligence. Signals Intelligence (SIGINT) played a critical role in the Gulf of Tonkin incidents. Reports and intercepts of North Vietnamese communications formed a key basis for the U.S. assessment of the events. However, questions have been raised about the accuracy and interpretation of the SIGINT data, further clouding the understanding of what actually transpired. Propaganda and perception management. The Gulf of Tonkin incidents and subsequent media coverage highlight the role of propaganda and perception management during times of conflict. The Johnson administration used the reported attacks to shape public opinion, rally support for military action, and garner congressional backing. Impact on U.S. involvement in Vietnam. The Gulf of Tonkin incidents provided the catalyst for an increased U.S. military presence in Vietnam. The Gulf of Tonkin resolution became the legal foundation for the escalation of American involvement, leading to the deployment of ground troops and an expanded bombing campaign in North Vietnam. Controversial legacies. The Gulf of Tonkin incidents have had enduring and controversial legacies. They fueled skepticism and distrust among the American public, media, and politicians regarding official narratives and government claims during times of war. The incidents have become synonymous with the public's heightened skepticism of government pronouncements, particularly concerning military interventions. Lessons learned and intelligence reform. The Gulf of Tonkin incidents highlighted the need for improved intelligence collection, analysis, and oversight. The episode led to reforms in the U.S. intelligence community, with a focus on enhancing the accuracy, objectivity, and transparency of intelligence assessments to prevent future misinterpretations and miscalculations. Historical reevaluations. Over time, historians and scholars have conducted critical assessments of the Gulf of Tonkin incidents. These reevaluations have shed light on the complexities and uncertainties surrounding the events and questioned the initial justifications for U.S. military intervention. They have prompted a more nuanced understanding of the incident's role in shaping U.S. foreign policy in Vietnam. Public skepticism and the Vietnam War protests. The doubts and controversies surrounding the Gulf of Tonkin incidents contributed to a growing sense of public skepticism about the U.S. government's handling of the Vietnam War. The incidents fueled anti-war sentiments and played a role in mobilizing the anti-war movement, leading to widespread protests and opposition to U.S. involvement in Vietnam. Congressional scrutiny and oversight. The Gulf of Tonkin incidents prompted increased congressional scrutiny and oversight of the executive branch's decision-making regarding the Vietnam War. The controversial nature of the incidents and subsequent revelations led to investigations and hearings to examine the veracity of the administration's claims and the justification for military actions. Lessons on war powers and congressional authority. The Gulf of Tonkin incidents raised questions about the extent of executive power and the role of Congress in authorizing military actions. They spurred debates on the proper balance between presidential authority and congressional oversight in matters of war and foreign interventions. Media coverage and the role of journalism. The media's coverage of the Gulf of Tonkin incidents has been a subject of examination and criticism. The incidents highlighted the challenges and responsibilities faced by journalists in verifying and contextualizing information during times of conflict, emphasizing the importance of thorough investigative reporting and independent analysis. Legacy of skepticism and cautious public opinion. The Gulf of Tonkin incidents left a lasting legacy of skepticism and caution among the American public regarding official government narratives, especially during times of international crises and military engagements. They served as a reminder of the need for critical assessment and independent verification of claims made by political leaders. Impact on future U.S. foreign policy. The Gulf of Tonkin incidents had a profound influence on U.S. foreign policy and military interventions. The controversy and lessons learned from the incidents contributed to a more cautious approach in subsequent military actions, with increased demands for transparency, accountability, and informed decision-making. International perspectives. The Gulf of Tonkin incidents also had implications beyond the United States. They raised concerns among foreign governments and international observers about the reliability of intelligence information and the potential for misinterpretation in matters of global security. The incidents influenced perceptions of U.S. credibility and shaped international responses to the Vietnam War. Intelligence community reforms. The Gulf of Tonkin incidents prompted reforms within the U.S. intelligence community. They highlighted the importance of accurate and objective intelligence analysis, as well as the need for mechanisms to prevent misinterpretation and politicization of intelligence information in shaping foreign policy decisions. Lessons for government accountability. The Gulf of Tonkin incidents reinforced the importance of government accountability and transparency in matters of national security and military actions. They served as a reminder of the potential consequences of unchecked executive authority and the need for robust checks and balances to prevent misuse of power. Academic research and analysis. The Gulf of Tonkin incidents continue to be the subject of academic research and analysis, deepening our understanding of the complexities surrounding the events and their implications for U.S. foreign policy and decision-making processes. Ongoing scholarly examination contributes to a more nuanced understanding of the incident's historical significance. Legacy of war powers resolution. The Gulf of Tonkin incidents played a role in the subsequent passage of the War Powers Resolution in 1973, which sought to limit the president's authority to engage in military actions without explicit congressional approval. The resolution was a response to concerns raised by the Gulf of Tonkin events and aimed to ensure greater congressional oversight and involvement in decisions regarding the use of military force. Impact on international law and norms. The Gulf of Tonkin incidents contributed to discussions and debates within the international community regarding the legality and justification of military interventions. They prompted reflections on the importance of accurate and verified information as a basis for decisions regarding the use of force and the responsibility of states to uphold international legal obligations. Reflections on intelligence failures. The Gulf of Tonkin incidents have served as a case study for intelligence failures and the challenges inherent in interpreting and assessing information in the context of national security. They have prompted discussions on the need for improved intelligence practices, safeguards against misinterpretation, and the importance of critical analysis in intelligence assessments. Historical lessons. The Gulf of Tonkin incidents have left enduring historical lessons emphasizing the need for transparency, accountability, and critical assessment of official claims in times of conflict. They highlight the potential risks of rushing into military actions based on incomplete or questionable information and underscore the importance of public vigilance and informed decision-making. Operation Fast and Furious, a controversial U.S. government operation allowing the smuggling of firearms to Mexican drug cartels for tracking purposes. Operation Fast and Furious was a controversial undercover operation conducted by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, ATF, from 2006 to 2011. The operation aimed to track illegal firearms trafficking across the U.S.-Mexico border, but became the subject of scrutiny and conspiracy theories. Purpose of the operation. Operation Fast and Furious was designed as a response to the increasing problem of firearms trafficking from the United States to Mexican drug cartels. The objective was to identify and dismantle firearms smuggling networks by allowing the purchase of firearms by suspected straw buyers, with the intention of tracing the firearms to higher-level criminals. Gunwalking tactics. As part of Operation Fast and Furious, F agents allowed firearms to be purchased by individuals suspected of being straw buyers, who would then transfer the weapons to Mexican criminal organizations. The idea was to track the firearms to cartel leaders and gather evidence to build stronger cases against them. Lack of sufficient oversight. Operation Fast and Furious has faced criticism for its lack of proper oversight and control. Critics argue that allowing firearms to be transferred to criminal organizations without effective monitoring and interdiction raised serious concerns about public safety and the potential for these firearms to be used in violent crimes. Controversial tactics. The operation employed controversial tactics, such as knowingly allowing firearms to walk across the border without immediate interdiction. This departure from standard law enforcement practices sparked significant criticism and led to unintended consequences. Failure of tracking and interdiction. Operation Fast and Furious suffered from serious operational failures. ATF agents faced challenges in effectively tracking the firearms and lacked the necessary resources and cooperation to interdict the weapons before they reached cartel members. Discovery and public outcry. In December 2010, 2 weapons linked to Operation Fast and Furious were recovered at the scene of the murder of a U.S. Border Patrol agent, Brian Terry. This revelation led to public outrage and increased scrutiny of the operation's tactics and management. Congressional investigations. The discovery of firearms connected to Operation Fast and Furious at the crime scene of Brian Terry's murder prompted congressional investigations. Congress sought to uncover the circumstances surrounding the operation, the decision-making process, and the failures that occurred. Allegations of a cover-up. Some conspiracy theories emerged, alleging that the true purpose of Operation Fast and Furious was to create a crisis that would justify stricter gun control measures. These theories suggested that the operation was intentionally designed to allow firearms to flow into Mexico without proper tracking, leading to increased violence and justifying tighter regulations. Official investigations and findings. Multiple investigations, including those conducted by the Department of Justice's Office of Inspector General and congressional committees, found no evidence supporting the conspiracy theories. The investigations concluded that Operation Fast and Furious was poorly executed, suffered from operational failures, and lacked effective oversight, but there was no evidence of a deliberate intent to implement gun control measures through the operation. Resignations and consequences. In the aftermath of Operation Fast and Furious, several individuals resigned or were reassigned within the ATF and the Department of Justice. The operation had significant repercussions for the agencies involved, highlighting the need for better oversight, improved coordination, and revised law enforcement tactics. Reforms and policy changes. The controversies surrounding Operation Fast and Furious prompted policy reforms within the ATF and other law enforcement agencies. Measures were implemented to enhance oversight, strengthen interagency cooperation, and improve firearms tracing capabilities to prevent similar failures in the future. Legacy and lessons learned. Operation Fast and Furious serves as a cautionary tale highlighting the potential risks and unintended consequences associated with undercover law enforcement operations. The operation exposed the need for robust oversight, effective coordination, and adherence to established protocols. Importance of accountability. Operation Fast and Furious demonstrated the critical need for accountability and transparency in law enforcement operations. It highlighted the importance of clearly defined objectives, effective oversight, and mechanisms to address operational failures promptly. Balancing law enforcement objectives. The controversy surrounding Operation Fast and Furious highlighted the delicate balance between law enforcement objectives and public safety concerns. It emphasized the need for careful consideration of potential risks and unintended consequences when implementing complex undercover operations. Strengthening gun trafficking enforcement. The fallout from Operation Fast and Furious led to increased efforts to combat illegal firearms trafficking and improve coordination between U.S. and Mexican law enforcement agencies. It underscored the need for robust strategies to disrupt the flow of firearms across international borders. Public trust and law enforcement. The operation eroded public trust in law enforcement agencies and fueled public skepticism. It emphasized the importance of maintaining transparency, communicating effectively, and promptly addressing concerns to uphold public confidence in law enforcement institutions. Impact on U.S.-Mexico relations. Operation Fast and Furious strained relations between the U.S. and Mexico due to the unintended consequences of firearms trafficking across the border. It underscored the significance of bilateral cooperation and information sharing to address transnational criminal activities effectively. Re-evaluating undercover tactics. The controversies surrounding Operation Fast and Furious prompted a re-evaluation of undercover tactics employed by law enforcement agencies. It highlighted the need to balance the risks and benefits of such tactics and ensure effective oversight and control mechanisms. Importance of congressional oversight. The congressional investigations into Operation Fast and Furious demonstrated the critical role of legislative oversight in holding law enforcement agencies accountable. It emphasized the need for thorough and impartial investigations to uncover the truth and inform policy decisions. The Vatican Bank scandal, money laundering and corruption within the Vatican Bank. The Vatican Bank scandal, also known as the Institute for the Works of Religion, IOR, scandal, refers to a series of financial controversies and scandals involving the Vatican Bank, an institution responsible for managing the financial affairs of the Holy See. Origins of the Vatican Bank. The Vatican Bank, officially known as the Institute for the Works of Religion, IOR, was established in 1942 to manage the financial assets and holdings of the Holy See. Its primary purpose is to support the Catholic Church's charitable activities and serve as the central bank for Vatican City. Lack of transparency and regulatory oversight. The Vatican Bank has long faced criticism for its lack of transparency and limited external oversight. It operated with a high degree of autonomy, making it susceptible to potential financial misconduct and abuse. 1982 collapse of Banco Ambrosiano. One of the most significant events linked to the Vatican Bank scandal was the collapse of Banco Ambrosiano in 1982. The bank was closely connected to the Vatican Bank, and its chairman, Roberto Calvi, had close ties to the Holy See. The collapse revealed a web of illicit financial activities, money laundering, and fraudulent schemes. Murder of Roberto Calvi. Following the collapse of Banco Ambrosiano, Roberto Calvi's body was found hanging under a London bridge in 1982. The circumstances surrounding his death remained controversial and led to speculation about foul play and possible connections to the Vatican Bank. Money laundering and financial irregularities. Over the years, the Vatican Bank faced allegations of money laundering, financial irregularities, and inadequate anti-money laundering controls. These allegations suggested that the bank had been involved in facilitating illicit financial transactions and allowing funds of questionable origins to flow through its accounts. Internal reforms. In response to the scandals and allegations, the Vatican Bank underwent significant internal reforms to enhance transparency and compliance with international financial standards. These reforms included measures to strengthen anti-money laundering controls, increase accountability, and improve reporting practices. Vatican Bank's involvement in scandalous affairs. The Vatican Bank's reputation suffered further damage due to its involvement in various scandalous affairs. These included allegations of money laundering for organized crime groups, questionable investments, and connections to individuals involved in corruption and financial crimes. Increased regulatory oversight. As a result of the Vatican Bank scandals, there was growing pressure on the Holy See to improve regulatory oversight and financial transparency. The Vatican engaged with international organizations and adopted measures to align its financial practices with global standards. Cooperation with international authorities. The Vatican Bank started cooperating with international authorities, including financial intelligence units and regulatory bodies, to investigate and address allegations of financial improprieties. It became more proactive in reporting suspicious transactions and improving its due diligence processes. Papal commissions and investigations. The Vatican established internal commissions and conducted investigations into the financial scandals. These efforts aim to uncover any wrongdoing, hold individuals accountable, and implement systemic changes to prevent future abuses. Moneyval evaluation and reforms. The Vatican underwent evaluation by Moneyval, the Council of Europe's anti-money laundering body, to assess its compliance with international standards. The evaluation highlighted areas for improvement and led to further reforms in the Vatican's financial practices. Pope Francis's reforms. Pope Francis took significant steps to address the Vatican Bank scandal and reform the financial operations of the Holy See. He established the Vatican's first-ever Secretariat for the Economy and appointed external experts to oversee financial management, transparency, and accountability. Closure of suspicious accounts. The Vatican Bank closed numerous accounts suspected of involvement in illicit activities and enhanced its due diligence procedures to ensure that funds were obtained and used legitimately. Restitution to Banco Ambrosiano. In an effort to address the fallout from the collapse of Banco Ambrosiano and the role of the Vatican Bank in the scandal, the Holy See agreed to provide financial restitution to the creditors of Banco Ambrosiano. This restitution was seen as a step towards acknowledging the bank's involvement and taking responsibility for its actions. Improved financial controls and transparency. The Vatican Bank implemented stricter financial controls, enhanced due diligence procedures, and improved transparency in its operations. It adopted international standards for anti-money laundering and implemented measures to prevent illicit financial activities. Enhanced collaboration with international authorities. The Vatican Bank has established stronger collaboration with international financial institutions and regulatory bodies. It engages in information sharing and cooperation to combat financial crimes and ensure compliance with global anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing efforts. Strengthening of Vatican financial authority. The creation of the Secretariat for the Economy under Pope Francis marked a significant development in the Vatican's efforts to address the scandal. This centralized authority has been tasked with overseeing the Holy See's finances, implementing reforms, and enhancing financial accountability. Continued scrutiny and ongoing reforms. Despite the measures taken, the Vatican Bank remains under scrutiny, and ongoing reforms are being pursued to further improve its operations and reputation. The Holy See continues to prioritize transparency, compliance, and accountability to restore trust in its financial affairs. Impact on the Catholic Church's reputation. The Vatican Bank scandal has had an adverse impact on the reputation of the Catholic Church. It has highlighted the need for transparency and ethical financial practices within the Church and raised questions about the Vatican's commitment to addressing financial improprieties. Lessons for financial institutions. The Vatican Bank scandal serves as a cautionary tale for financial institutions worldwide. It emphasizes the importance of robust internal controls, transparency, and adherence to international regulatory standards to prevent financial misconduct and maintain public trust. Contributions to global anti-money laundering efforts. The Vatican Bank scandal has contributed to global efforts to combat money laundering and illicit financial activities. It has led to increased awareness and vigilance regarding the vulnerabilities within financial institutions and the need for stringent compliance measures. Impact on Vatican financial reforms. The scandal prompted comprehensive financial reforms within the Vatican, including the adoption of international accounting standards and increased scrutiny of financial transactions. It has driven the Holy See to demonstrate a commitment to addressing past shortcomings and establishing a more accountable and transparent financial system. Continuing efforts towards transparency. The Vatican Bank scandal has spurred ongoing efforts towards greater transparency in the management of the Holy See's financial affairs. The Vatican is working towards aligning its practices with global norms and establishing itself as a responsible and accountable financial entity. Legacy and rebuilding trust. The Vatican Bank scandal has left a lasting legacy, reminding the Catholic Church of the importance of maintaining the highest ethical standards in financial matters. Rebuilding trust and restoring the reputation of the Vatican Bank require continued efforts, adherence to reforms, and open communication with the public. Lessons for religious institutions. The Vatican Bank scandal serves as a reminder to religious institutions worldwide of the need for proper financial governance, transparency, and accountability. It highlights the potential risks associated with financial operations and the importance of upholding moral and ethical principles in financial dealings. The Libor scandal. Manipulation of the London interbank offered rate, Libor, by major banks to benefit their own interests. The Libor scandal refers to a widespread manipulation of the London interbank offered rate, Libor, a key benchmark interest rate used globally to determine borrowing costs for various financial transactions. Introduction to Libor. The Libor is an average interest rate at which major banks in London are willing to lend to each other. It serves as a benchmark for setting interest rates on a wide range of financial instruments, including loans, derivatives, and mortgages. Manipulation discovery. In 2008, during the global financial crisis, suspicions arose regarding the accuracy and integrity of the Libor rate setting process. Investigations conducted by regulatory bodies, including the Financial Services Authority, FSA, in the UK, and the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, CFTC, in the U.S., uncovered evidence of widespread manipulation, collusion, and manipulation techniques. The Libor scandal involved collusion among traders and rate submitters at multiple global banks. These individuals deliberately manipulated the Libor submissions by submitting false or artificially influenced rates to benefit their trading positions or enhance their bank's reputation. Multiple banks involved. The Libor scandal implicated several major international banks, including Barclays, UBS, Royal Bank of Scotland, Ease, Deutsche Bank, and others. Investigations revealed that manipulation was not limited to a few isolated cases, but was a widespread practice across various financial institutions. Types of manipulation. The manipulation of Libor involved two main types: lowballing and highballing. Lowballing involved submitting artificially low rates to create the impression of financial strength or to conceal the bank's borrowing costs. Highballing, on the other hand, aimed to increase profits on derivative positions tied to Libor. Impact on borrowers and financial markets. The manipulation of Libor had far-reaching consequences. It affected borrowers, such as individuals with mortgages and businesses with loans tied to Libor, as their interest rates were inaccurately set. Additionally, the integrity of financial markets was compromised, leading to a loss of confidence and a need for regulatory reforms. Regulatory response and reforms. The Libor scandal triggered significant regulatory reforms aimed at improving the accuracy and transparency of benchmark rate setting processes. Authorities introduced measures to enhance oversight, increase accountability, and impose stricter penalties for misconduct related to benchmark rates. Fines and legal consequences. Following the investigations, banks involved in the Libor scandal faced substantial fines and legal consequences. These penalties amounted to billions of dollars and resulted in reputational damage for the implicated institutions. Criminal charges and individual accountability. In addition to fines levied against banks, criminal charges were brought against certain traders and executives involved in the Libor manipulation. These cases resulted in convictions and prison sentences for individuals found guilty of illegal activities. Global repercussions. The Libor scandal had global repercussions as the benchmark rate affected financial transactions worldwide. It prompted investigations by regulatory authorities in various countries and led to increased scrutiny of other benchmark rates, such as the Euribor and the Tibor. Civil litigation and settlements. The Libor scandal also triggered extensive civil litigation, as affected parties sought compensation for losses incurred due to the manipulated rates. Many financial institutions reached settlements with regulators and private plaintiffs to resolve these claims. Market reforms and alternative benchmarks. The Libor scandal prompted efforts to develop alternative benchmark rates that are more resilient to manipulation and based on actual market transactions. Reforms sought to improve the accuracy, transparency, and governance of benchmark rates to restore market confidence. Strengthened regulatory enforcement. Regulatory bodies implemented stricter enforcement mechanisms to deter misconduct and hold individuals and institutions accountable for rate manipulation. They increased the penalties for non-compliance and established more rigorous processes for monitoring and investigating potential manipulative activities. Heightened market awareness. The Libor scandal increased market awareness regarding the potential risks and vulnerabilities associated with benchmark rates. Market participants became more vigilant in monitoring the integrity of benchmark rates and ensuring they are based on accurate and reliable data. Rebuilding trust. Rebuilding trust in benchmark rates, including Libor, became a key priority. Regulatory reforms and increased transparency aim to restore confidence in the financial industry and ensure that benchmark rates are fair, accurate, and free from manipulation. Lessons for financial institutions. The Libor scandal provided valuable lessons for financial institutions. It underscored the importance of robust internal controls, ethical conduct, and a strong compliance culture to prevent misconduct and protect the integrity of financial markets. International coordination. The Libor scandal highlighted the need for international coordination in regulating benchmark rates. Regulatory bodies around the world collaborated to establish consistent standards, share information, and harmonize approaches to benchmark rate oversight. Implications for the global financial system. The Libor scandal had profound implications for the global financial system. It exposed vulnerabilities in the benchmark rate setting process and prompted a reevaluation of risk management practices, internal controls, and regulatory oversight within financial institutions. Continued monitoring and evolution. The reforms implemented in the aftermath of the Libor scandal are not static. Ongoing monitoring and evaluation are essential to ensure the effectiveness of the new measures and to adapt to evolving market conditions and emerging risks. Impact on market participants. The Libor scandal affected not only financial institutions, but also borrowers, investors, and other market participants. It highlighted the importance of vigilance and due diligence in understanding the benchmarks used in financial transactions and evaluating their reliability and appropriateness. Strengthening of financial integrity. The Libor scandal prompted a broader focus on enhancing financial integrity, including risk management, compliance frameworks, and the culture of accountability within the financial industry. It emphasized the necessity of ethical behavior and responsible practices to maintain market stability and trust. Public awareness and engagement. The Libor scandal raised public awareness about the inner workings of financial markets and the potential for manipulation. It sparked conversations about the need for increased transparency, stronger regulatory oversight, and improved safeguards to protect the interests of consumers and the wider public. Continued reforms and vigilance. The Libor scandal serves as a reminder that the financial industry must remain vigilant and committed to ongoing reforms. It highlighted the importance of learning from past failures, adapting to new challenges, and continuously improving the systems and processes. The Big Tobacco Conspiracy. Accusations that major tobacco companies were aware of the health risks associated with smoking but intentionally concealed this information. The tobacco industry's knowledge of health risks conspiracy refers to allegations that major tobacco companies possessed scientific evidence of the harmful health effects of smoking, but deliberately concealed or downplayed this information to protect their profits. Early evidence of health risks. As early as the 1950s, scientific studies began linking smoking to various health issues, including lung cancer and heart disease. researchers found compelling evidence of the dangers of smoking and its addictive nature. Internal industry research. Documents obtained through litigation and investigations revealed that tobacco companies conducted their own research on the health risks of smoking. These internal studies further confirmed the connection between smoking and serious health conditions. Manipulation of research findings. Allegations arose that tobacco companies manipulated their research findings and cherry-picked data to create doubt about the harmful effects of smoking. They funded studies designed to cast doubt on the scientific consensus and created an appearance of controversy when little existed among experts. Suppression of research. It has been claimed that tobacco companies deliberately suppressed internal research that showed a clear link between smoking and adverse health outcomes. This suppression allegedly included withholding research from the public, medical professionals, and government bodies. Campaigns of disinformation. The tobacco industry has been accused of launching disinformation campaigns to cast doubt on the health risks associated with smoking. This involved funding and promoting alternative explanations for health issues, questioning the credibility of scientific research, and casting smoking as a matter of personal choice rather than a health hazard. Marketing to youth. Tobacco companies have faced allegations of deliberately targeting young people with their marketing efforts. By cultivating brand loyalty at an early age, they sought to create a lifelong customer base despite knowing the associated health risks. Manipulation of nicotine levels. The tobacco industry has been accused of manipulating nicotine levels in cigarettes to enhance their addictive potential. By adjusting the levels of nicotine, they aim to keep smokers hooked and discourage them from quitting. Influence over research institutions. The tobacco industry has faced accusations of influencing research institutions and scientists by providing funding for research, thereby influencing the direction of studies and potentially suppressing unfavorable findings. Lobbying and political influence. The tobacco industry has engaged in extensive lobbying efforts to shape legislation and regulations related to tobacco control. By leveraging their financial resources and political connections, they aim to influence policy decisions in their favor and protect their profits. Legal challenges and whistleblowers. Over the years, legal challenges against the tobacco industry have brought to light internal documents and testimonies from whistleblowers. These revelations have provided further evidence of the industry's knowledge of health risks and their efforts to conceal or downplay this information. Government investigations. Governments and regulatory bodies have conducted investigations into the tobacco industry's actions and knowledge of health risks. These investigations have revealed internal documents, communications, and strategies employed by tobacco companies to undermine public awareness of the risks associated with smoking. Settlements and litigation. The tobacco industry has faced numerous lawsuits from individuals and governments seeking compensation for health damages caused by smoking. Some of these lawsuits have resulted in large settlements, highlighting the industry's acknowledgement of their role in the harm caused by their products. Public health campaigns. The revelations surrounding the tobacco industry's knowledge of health risks have fueled public health campaigns to raise awareness about the dangers of smoking, promote smoking cessation, and advocate for stricter tobacco control measures. Changes in tobacco regulation. The controversy surrounding the tobacco industry's actions has led to significant changes in tobacco regulation worldwide. Governments have implemented stricter regulations, including health warnings on cigarette packaging, advertising restrictions, and higher taxes on tobacco products. The CIA and drug trafficking. Allegations of CIA involvement in facilitating drug trafficking operations for various purposes. The conspiracy theory surrounding the Central Intelligence Agency trafficking drugs alleges that the agency was involved in the smuggling and distribution of illegal drugs, particularly during the 1980s and 1990s. While it's important to note that conspiracy theories often lack substantial evidence and can be misleading, there have been some documented instances where the ACIA's involvement in drug trafficking has been proven true. Origins of the conspiracy theory. The conspiracy theory gained prominence in the 1980s, primarily in connection with the Iran-Contra affair. It suggested that the CIA was involved in facilitating the trafficking of drugs, particularly cocaine, to fund covert operations and support anti-communist groups in Central and South America. Cocaine and the Contras. During the 1980s, the CIA was providing support to the Contras, a rebel group fighting against the Sandinista government in Nicaragua. Some individuals associated with the Contras, such as Oscar Danilo Blandon and Juan Norwin Meneses, were implicated in drug trafficking activities, including the smuggling of cocaine into the United States. Allegations of CIA knowledge and complicity. The conspiracy theory suggests that the CIA was aware of, and in some cases complicit in, the drug trafficking activities of individuals linked to the Contras. It is alleged that the agency turned a blind eye to these activities in order to maintain support for the Contras and secure funding for their operations. Investigation by Senator John Kerry. In the late 1980s, Senator John Kerry led a Senate investigation into allegations of CIA involvement in drug trafficking. The investigation, known as the Kerry Committee Report, concluded that the CIA had not directly engaged in drug trafficking, but had, at times, ignored or failed to adequately investigate allegations of drug-related activities by individuals involved with the Contras. The Ricky Ross case. In the 1990s, the case of Ricky Ross, a drug trafficker and supplier of crack cocaine, shed further light on the connections between drug trafficking and the CIA. Ross claimed that he had been supplied with cocaine by Blandon, who was allegedly associated with the EIA. Journalistic investigations. Investigative journalists such as Gary Webb published articles and books that explored the CIA's alleged involvement in drug trafficking. Webb's series of articles titled Dark Alliance in the San Jose Mercury News in 1996 claimed that the CIA had supported drug trafficking networks during the Contra War. CIA admission of involvement. In 1998, CIA Inspector General Friedrich Hitz released a report confirming that the agency had indeed maintained relationships with individuals involved in drug trafficking. The report acknowledged that the CIA had been aware of some of these individuals' criminal activities, but had failed to take sufficient action to address them. Contra, drug trafficking connections. Several individuals involved in Contra activities were also found to have connections to drug trafficking. This included pilots who transported weapons to the Contras and smuggled drugs on return flights, as well as CIA contractors who were implicated in drug smuggling operations, covert operations, and money laundering. It is alleged that the CIA, through its covert operations, engaged in money laundering activities to fund operations in various parts of the world. Some claim that this included facilitating the laundering of drug money to support clandestine activities. Unintended consequences and blowback. The conspiracy theory surrounding CIA. Drug trafficking points to the unintended consequences of covert operations and support for anti-communist groups. It suggests that the agency's involvement in these activities indirectly fueled the rise of drug cartels and the spread of illegal drugs, contributing to the drug epidemic in the United States. Broader implications and lessons. Regardless of the extent of the CIA's involvement in drug trafficking, the conspiracy theory and subsequent investigations have raised important questions about accountability, transparency, and the unintended consequences of covert operations. The case has highlighted the need for robust oversight, ethical conduct, and adherence to the rule of law within intelligence agencies. It also serves as a reminder of the need for balanced and comprehensive reporting, rigorous evidence, and careful consideration of the complexities involved in clandestine operations. The controversy surrounding the CIA's alleged involvement in drug trafficking continues to stimulate discussion on the appropriate balance between national security interests and the rule of law, as well as the responsibility of intelligence agencies to maintain public trust. The Catholic Church and child sexual abuse. Revelations of widespread child sexual abuse by clergy members within the Catholic Church and allegations of cover-ups. The Catholic Church sex abuse scandal refers to the widespread allegations of sexual abuse and cover-ups within the Catholic Church involving clergy members and the systematic failure of the institution to address and prevent such abuses. Emergence of sexual abuse allegations. The first public allegations of sexual abuse by Catholic clergy emerged in the 1980s, although reports of abuse can be traced back decades earlier. Survivors began to come forward with accounts of abuse by priests, including incidents of child molestation and rape. Worldwide scope. The scandal has affected the Catholic Church globally, with allegations and investigations emerging in various countries, including the United States, Ireland, Australia, Germany, and many others. The widespread nature of the scandal has revealed a pattern of abuse across different regions and cultural contexts. Victims and survivors. The victims of sexual abuse within the Catholic Church span all age groups, from children to adults. Many survivors have faced long-lasting emotional, psychological, and spiritual trauma as a result of their experiences. Institutional cover-up. One of the most significant aspects of the scandal is the allegation of a systematic cover-up by the Catholic Church hierarchy. It is claimed that church leaders, including bishops and cardinals, were aware of the abuse but failed to take appropriate action, instead choosing to protect the reputation of the institution and the accused clergy members. Transfer of abusers. Instead of reporting allegations to law enforcement or taking disciplinary action, the Catholic Church has been accused of transferring abusive priests to different parishes or dioceses, allowing them to continue their abusive behavior and potentially victimize more. Individuals. Non-disclosure agreements and settlements. In some cases, the Catholic Church has been reported to have offered financial settlements to victims in exchange for signing non-disclosure agreements, preventing them from speaking publicly about the abuse they endured. This practice has contributed to the secrecy surrounding the scandal. Role of clerical celibacy. The issue of clerical celibacy within the Catholic Church has been raised as a potential contributing factor to the sexual abuse crisis. Critics argue that the requirement for priests to remain celibate may lead to repressed sexual desires, which can manifest in abusive behavior. Psychological and societal factors. The scandal has also shed light on the psychological and societal factors that allowed the abuse to persist. Power imbalances, deference to authority figures, and the reverence given to clergy members within Catholic communities have been identified as factors that may have facilitated the abuse and hindered reporting. Legal actions and prosecutions. As allegations surfaced, legal actions and prosecutions against abusive clergy members and complicit church officials have taken place in numerous countries. These legal proceedings have resulted in criminal convictions, financial settlements, and public apologies by the Church. Impact on faith and trust. The scandal has had a profound impact on the faith of many Catholics and the public's trust in the institution of the Catholic Church. The revelations of widespread abuse and the subsequent cover-ups have caused significant disillusionment, leading to declining church attendance and a loss of confidence in the institution's ability to protect its members. Reforms and accountability measures. In response to the scandal, the Catholic Church has implemented various reforms and accountability measures. These include establishing review boards, improving background checks for clergy, training programs for church personnel, and adopting child protection policies. Transparency and reporting. Efforts have been made to increase transparency and encourage the reporting of abuse within the Catholic Church. Some dioceses have released lists of accused clergy members, and there has been a push for more comprehensive disclosure of information regarding past cases. Survivor support and healing. Counseling and therapy. Many organizations and support networks have been created to provide counseling and therapy services specifically tailored to survivors of clergy abuse. These services aim to help survivors process their trauma, heal emotional wounds, and regain a sense of control and well-being. Advocacy groups. Numerous advocacy groups have been formed to support survivors, raise awareness about clergy abuse, and advocate for justice and accountability within the Catholic Church. These groups offer a platform for survivors to share their stories, seek legal assistance, and push for meaningful reforms. Peer support networks. Survivor-led support networks have emerged to create safe spaces for survivors to connect with others who have experienced similar trauma. These networks offer peer support, validation, and a sense of community, fostering healing through shared experiences and empowerment. Restorative justice initiatives. Restorative justice approaches have been introduced in some contexts as an alternative to traditional legal processes. These initiatives provide survivors with the opportunity to confront their abusers, share their stories, and seek acknowledgement and restitution from the Church. Financial compensation and legal settlements. The Catholic Church has faced numerous lawsuits and legal claims seeking financial compensation for survivors of clergy abuse. In some cases, substantial settlements have been reached, aiming to provide financial support for survivors and acknowledge the harm they endured. Institutional reforms. The Catholic Church has implemented various institutional reforms to address the clergy abuse scandal. These reforms include the establishment of independent review boards, mandatory reporting of abuse allegations to civil authorities, and background checks for clergy and employees. Screening and training. The screening and training processes for individuals entering the priesthood or working within the Church have been strengthened. Background checks, psychological evaluations, and comprehensive training on child protection and abuse prevention are now more common in many dioceses. Accountability of church leaders. Efforts have been made to hold church leaders accountable for their actions or failures to act in response to abuse allegations. Instances of complicity or cover-up by bishops and other high-ranking officials have led to public demands for accountability, including calls for their resignations or removal from positions of authority. Apologies and reconciliation. The Catholic Church, at various levels, has issued apologies for the harm caused by clergy abuse and the subsequent mishandling of cases. These apologies aim to acknowledge the pain experienced by survivors, express remorse, and initiate a process of reconciliation within the faith community. Collaboration with civil authorities. The Church has increasingly collaborated with civil authorities such as law enforcement agencies and prosecutors in investigating allegations of clergy abuse. This cooperation is aimed at ensuring that justice is served and that abusive clergy members face legal consequences for their actions. Continued vigilance and preventive measures. Efforts to prevent future abuse within the Catholic Church continue through ongoing training programs, updated policies, and vigilance in identifying and responding to abuse allegations promptly. The aim is to create a safer environment for congregants and to rebuild trust in the institution. Impact on religious institutions. The Catholic Church sex abuse scandal has reverberated beyond the confines of the Church itself, leading to increased scrutiny of religious institutions more broadly. It has prompted other religious organizations to reassess their own child protection policies and take proactive measures to prevent abuse. Societal awareness and safeguarding children. The scandal has heightened societal awareness of child abuse and the importance of safeguarding children in all settings. It has prompted discussions about the duty of care owed to vulnerable individuals and the responsibility of institutions to prioritize the well-being and protection of children and vulnerable populations. Lessons for transparency and accountability. The Catholic Church sex abuse scandal serves as a stark reminder of the importance of transparency, accountability, and the need for independent oversight. The Operation Popeye. The U.S. military's weather modification program during the Vietnam War to enhance rainfall and extend the monsoon season. Operation Popeye was a covert military operation conducted by the United States during the Vietnam War. Its purpose was to modify the weather in Southeast Asia, particularly over Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia, through cloud seeding, in an effort to extend the monsoon season and impede enemy supply lines along the Ho Chi Minh Trail. Motivation and objectives. The primary motivation behind Operation Popeye was to disrupt enemy supply routes and transportation systems by extending the monsoon season in Southeast Asia. The operation aimed to create heavy rainfall over targeted areas, particularly the Ho Chi Minh Trail, to make the roads muddy and impassable, thereby impeding the movement of troops and supplies by the North Vietnamese Army, Viet Cong. Development and execution. Operation Popeye was developed and executed by the U.S. military, specifically the Air Weather Service, AWS, and the 54th Weather Reconnaissance Squadron. The operation involved the deployment of aircraft equipped with cloud seeding equipment to disperse silver iodide or lead iodide into clouds with the goal of enhancing rainfall over the targeted areas. Cloud seeding techniques. Cloud seeding involves the introduction of substances into clouds to alter their natural precipitation patterns. In the case of Operation Popeye, the intent was to stimulate the formation of raindrops and prolong the duration and intensity of rainfall. The silver iodide or lead iodide particles acted as nuclei around which water vapor could condense and form raindrops. Operational timeline. Operation Popeye was initiated in 1966 and continued until 1972. During this period, cloud seeding missions were carried out over the target areas in Southeast Asia, primarily during the monsoon season, which typically lasted from May to October. Aircraft and resources. The operation utilized modified C-130 Hercules cargo aircraft equipped with cloud seeding equipment, including dispensers and flares containing the seeding agents. These aircraft flew into targeted areas, releasing the seeding agents into suitable cloud formations. Evaluation and effectiveness. Official assessments of Operation Popeye's effectiveness vary. The U.S. military maintained that the operation had some success in increasing rainfall over the target areas, resulting in disrupted supply lines and increased difficulties for the Navy and Viet Cong. However, some studies have indicated that the actual impact on the enemy's logistics was limited due to the vastness of the trail network and the ability of the enemy to adapt to changing weather conditions. Controversy and environmental concerns. Operation Popeye faced criticism and sparked controversy on several fronts. Environmental concerns were raised regarding the long-term effects of cloud seeding, including potential ecological damage, impacts on local communities, and unintended consequences for weather patterns beyond the intended target areas. Violation of international agreements. The use of weather modification techniques for military purposes raised legal and ethical questions. Operation Popeye was considered by many to be a violation of the 1977 United Nations Convention on the Prohibition of Military or any other hostile use of environmental modification techniques, (ENMODE), which prohibits the use of environmental modification techniques as a means of warfare. Public disclosure and the end of Operation Popeye. Operation Popeye was initially kept classified, but its existence was revealed in 1971 by journalist Jack Anderson, leading to public outcry and calls for its termination. The operation was officially halted in 1972, partly due to increasing public and international pressure surrounding the ethical and legal implications. Legacy and lessons learned. Operation Popeye remains a notable example of the military's attempt to manipulate weather patterns for tactical advantages. It highlights the potential risks and controversies associated with weather modification techniques in warfare and underscores the importance of ethical considerations international agreements, and transparency in military operations. Influence on weather modification practices. Operation Popeye's existence and subsequent public scrutiny had a significant impact on the field of weather modification. It led to increased attention to the potential environmental and ethical concerns associated with altering weather patterns for military purposes. The operation prompted discussions about the need for international regulations and guidelines to govern the use of weather modification techniques. Increased oversight and regulation. Operation Popeye brought attention to the lack of clear regulations governing military weather modification activities. In response, there were calls for improved oversight and the establishment of international agreements to prevent the misuse of weather modification technologies. It contributed to the development of more comprehensive frameworks for monitoring and controlling weather modification practices. Awareness of ecological impacts. The controversy surrounding Operation Popeye raised awareness of the potential ecological impacts of weather modification. It highlighted the need for careful consideration of the long-term consequences on ecosystems, water resources, and local communities when conducting such operations. Role in shaping public perception. Operation Popeye and its disclosure played a role in shaping public perception and skepticism about government military activities. It increased public awareness of covert operations and the potential consequences of their implementation, leading to greater scrutiny of government actions and increased demands for transparency. Influence on international agreements. The controversy surrounding Operation Popeye contributed to discussions about the need for international agreements and regulations regarding weather modification. While NMOD was already in place when Operation Popeye was disclosed, the operation's existence reinforced the importance of such agreements in preventing the misuse of environmental modification techniques. Influence on popular culture. Operation Popeye's disclosure and subsequent public interest in weather modification infiltrated popular culture. The operation has been referenced in books, documentaries, and films, often serving as a symbol of government secrecy and manipulation of natural forces. Lessons for military conduct. Operation Popeye serves as a lesson on the potential unintended consequences and ethical implications of military operations involving weather modification or other environmental manipulation techniques. It highlights the importance of thorough ethical considerations, adherence to international agreements, and transparency in military decision-making processes. Advancements in weather modification research. Operation Popeye's existence and subsequent controversy prompted increased scientific research into weather modification techniques, aiming to understand their potential impacts and limitations. This research has contributed to the development of more responsible and environmentally conscious approaches to weather modification. Influence on public trust. Operation Popeye and other similar incidents have had a lasting impact on public trust in government institutions. The covert nature of the operation and its subsequent disclosure reinforced skepticism and raised concerns about the extent to which governments may prioritize their military objectives over public safety and environmental well-being. Need for public engagement and debate. The controversy surrounding Operation Popeye highlighted the need for public engagement and informed debate on issues of weather modification and other similar technologies. It emphasized the importance of involving the public in decision-making processes and ensuring transparency in military activities that may have environmental or societal impacts. The Flint water crisis. Accusations of negligence and cover-up regarding the contamination of drinking water in Flint, Michigan. The Flint water scandal refers to the public health crisis that unfolded in Flint, Michigan, when the city's drinking water supply became contaminated with lead and other toxins. This crisis had significant implications for public health, environmental justice, and government accountability. Background. In 2014, the city of Flint, facing financial difficulties, switched its water source from the Detroit Water and Sewerage Department to the Flint River as a cost-saving measure. This decision was made while the city was under state-appointed emergency management. Water quality issues. Soon after the switch, residents began to complain about the color, odor, and taste of the water. It was later discovered that the water was highly corrosive due to the lack of proper corrosion control measures, which caused lead to leach from aging pipes and fixtures into the drinking water. Lead contamination. Elevated levels of lead were found in the blood of Flint residents, particularly children. Lead exposure can lead to severe neurological and developmental problems, especially in young children. The contamination of the water supply exposed thousands of residents to this toxic substance. Legionnaire's disease outbreak. In addition to lead contamination, an outbreak of Legionnaire's disease occurred in the Flint area, resulting in multiple deaths and many illnesses. It was later determined that the outbreak was linked to the untreated and improperly treated water from the Flint River. Inadequate response. The crisis in Flint was exacerbated by a lack of response and action from local, state, and federal authorities. There were delays in acknowledging the severity of the problem and taking appropriate measures to protect public health. Environmental justice and public health implications. The majority of Flint's population is low income, with a significant proportion being African American. The crisis raised concerns about environmental justice, as marginalized communities were disproportionately affected by the contaminated water supply. It highlighted the intersection of race, poverty, and access to clean water. Government accountability. The scandal sparked widespread outrage over the lack of government accountability. It was revealed that state-appointed emergency managers who had decision-making power over Flint's water supply prioritized financial considerations over public health. This raised questions about the effectiveness of emergency management policies and their impact on local governance. Citizen activism. The Flint water crisis brought together activists, community organizations, and concerned citizens who played a crucial role in raising awareness about the issue, demanding accountability, and advocating for clean, safe drinking water for all Flint residents. Their efforts helped shed light on the crisis and galvanized public support. Independent investigations. Independent investigations were launched to uncover the causes and consequences of the crisis. These investigations revealed instances of negligence, mismanagement, and failure to comply with environmental regulations. They provided crucial evidence to hold responsible parties accountable. Legal actions and settlements. Various lawsuits were filed against state and local officials, as well as government agencies, seeking justice for the residents of Flint. Some cases resulted in financial settlements to compensate affected individuals and families. Infrastructure and public health reforms. The Flint water crisis prompted a re-evaluation of infrastructure and public health systems. Efforts were made to replace lead pipes, improve water treatment facilities, and implement better monitoring and testing protocols to ensure water safety. Public awareness and water quality. The crisis drew attention to the broader issue of aging infrastructure and water quality across the United States. It prompted discussions about the need for stricter regulations, comprehensive testing protocols, and adequate resources to maintain and upgrade water infrastructure to ensure the delivery of clean and safe drinking water. Grassroots organizations. Grassroots organizations in Flint played a crucial role in advocating for the rights and well-being of the community. They provided support, resources, and a platform for residents to share their stories, voice concerns, and demand action from authorities. Community education and outreach. Community organizations and activists worked tirelessly to educate residents about the crisis, its causes, and the potential health risks associated with lead exposure. They organized town hall meetings, distributed informational materials, and conducted door-to-door outreach to ensure that residents had access to accurate information. Collaborative decision-making. The crisis underscored the importance of involving community members in decision-making processes that directly impact their lives. Efforts were made to include Flint residents in discussions about water quality, infrastructure improvements, and public health policies to ensure that their voices were heard and their needs addressed. Citizen science and monitoring. To regain trust and ensure transparency, community-led initiatives focused on citizen science and water quality monitoring emerged in Flint. Residents, with the help of experts and organizations, conducted independent testing to track the progress of water remediation efforts and hold authorities accountable. Public health repercussions and support. Health interventions. Various health interventions were implemented to address the immediate and long-term health needs of Flint residents. These included increased access to healthcare services, lead testing and monitoring programs, and interventions for children affected by lead exposure, such as nutritional support and early intervention services. Mental health services. The crisis had significant psychological and emotional impacts on the community, particularly among those who experienced high levels of stress, anxiety, and trauma. Mental health support services were made available to help individuals cope with the psychological effects of the crisis and facilitate healing. Long-term health monitoring. Efforts were made to establish long-term health monitoring programs to track the health outcomes of individuals exposed to contaminated water. This included monitoring the effects of lead exposure on children's development, as well as addressing other potential health consequences related to the crisis. Legislative and policy changes. Lead in water safety regulations. The Flint water crisis led to a reevaluation of lead and water safety regulations at the state and federal levels. Stricter standards and guidelines were put in place to prevent similar incidents and ensure the provision of safe drinking water to all communities. Emergency manager reforms. The crisis prompted a reevaluation of emergency management policies in Michigan. Measures were taken to increase accountability, improve transparency, and strengthen the role of local governance to prevent future disasters and prioritize the well-being of affected communities. Safe Drinking Water Act amendments. The crisis also influenced discussions at the national level, leading to amendments to the Safe Drinking Water Act to enhance water safety regulations, improve safety regulations, improve oversight, and ensure compliance with water quality standards. Lessons learned and continued vigilance. The Flint water crisis serves as a stark reminder of the importance of protecting public health, ensuring government accountability, and addressing environmental injustices. It highlighted the need for ongoing vigilance, public participation, and adequate resources to safeguard the integrity of water systems and prioritize the well-being of communities, particularly those disproportionately affected by environmental hazards. Promoting environmental justice. The crisis sparked broader conversations about environmental justice, emphasizing the need to address systemic inequalities and ensure equitable access to clean water and other environmental resources. It shed light on the ways in which marginalized communities are often disproportionately impacted by environmental hazards and underscored the importance of inclusive policies and decision-making processes. Continued activism and advocacy. The Flint water crisis empowered activists, community organizations, and concerned citizens to continue their advocacy for clean water, environmental justice, and government oversight. The Uranium One deal. Controversies surrounding a Canadian mining company's acquisition of Uranium One and alleged connections to the Clinton Foundation. The Uranium One deal refers to a complex transaction that involved the sale of a Canadian mining company, Uranium One, to Rosatom, a Russian state-owned nuclear energy corporation. The deal came under scrutiny due to allegations of potential national security risks and conflicts of interest involving the Clintons. Background: Uranium One was a Canadian mining company with uranium mining operations in several countries, including the United States. In 2010, the company owned significant uranium assets in the U.S., accounting for approximately 20% of U.S. uranium production. Acquisition by Rosatom. In 2010, Rosatom, the Russian state-owned nuclear energy corporation, sought to expand its global uranium production capabilities. As part of this expansion, Rosatom acquired a majority stake in Uranium One, ultimately gaining control of its uranium assets. Regulatory approval process. The sale of Uranium One to Rosatom required various regulatory approvals due to the involvement of U.S. uranium assets. The Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States, Theorists, an interagency committee, was responsible for reviewing and approving such transactions to ensure they did not pose national security risks. Theorists review and approval. The Theorists review process for the Uranium One deal took place between 2009 and 2010. The committee, composed of representatives from multiple U.S. government agencies, reviewed the potential national security implications of the transaction. Ultimately, the CFIUS approved the deal, concluding that it did not raise significant concerns. Allegations of national security risks. Critics of the uranium. One deal argued that the transfer of control over U.S. uranium assets to a Russian state-owned company could pose national security risks. They raised concerns that the deal could compromise the U.S. uranium supply chain and potentially allow Russia to exert influence over the U.S. nuclear energy sector. Clinton Foundation and donations. Controversy surrounding the uranium. One deal was heightened due to alleged connections between the Clinton Foundation, a charitable organization established by former President Bill Clinton, and donations received from individuals associated with Uranium One. Critics argued that these donations could have influenced the decision-making process surrounding the deal. Investigation and findings. Various investigations were conducted to examine the allegations of impropriety related to the Uranium One deal. These investigations, including those led by the U.S. Department of Justice and the FBI, did not find evidence of criminal activity or corruption on the part of the Clintons or significant national security risks associated with the transaction. Political implications. The Uranium One deal became highly politicized, with supporters of President Donald Trump and critics of the Clintons highlighting the allegations as evidence of corruption and unethical conduct. The controversy surrounding the deal was often used as a political talking point during the 2016 U.S. presidential election and subsequent political debates. Limited impact on U.S. uranium market. Despite concerns raised about potential impacts on the U.S. uranium market, the Uranium One deal did not significantly alter the overall supply and demand dynamics or control of uranium resources within the United States. Lessons learned. The Uranium One deal highlighted the importance of transparency, accountability, and careful evaluation of potential national security risks associated with foreign investments involving strategic resources. It also underscored the need for independent investigations to address allegations of impropriety and corruption, separating political rhetoric from factual evidence. Continued scrutiny of foreign investments. Strengthening regulatory processes. The Uranium One deal prompted discussions about potential improvements to the CFIUS review process and other regulatory frameworks. Efforts have been made to enhance transparency, information sharing, and coordination among government agencies involved in reviewing foreign investments with national security implications. Addressing conflicts of interest. The controversy surrounding the Uranium One deal raised concerns about potential conflicts of interest among government officials involved in decision-making processes. It highlighted the importance of robust ethics guidelines, disclosure requirements, and mechanisms to mitigate conflicts and ensure the integrity of regulatory and approval processes. Political influence and campaign finance reform. The Uranium One deal brought attention to the influence of political donations and lobbying in shaping government decisions. It contributed to discussions about campaign finance reform, disclosure of political contributions, and the role of money in politics. Reassessment of uranium mining and export policies. The controversy surrounding the uranium. One deal prompted a reevaluation of U.S. policies related to uranium mining and export. It led to discussions about the potential risks and benefits associated with domestic uranium production, national security considerations, and the balance between energy independence and global trade. Implications for global nuclear energy cooperation. The Uranium One deal highlighted the complexities of international collaboration and cooperation in the nuclear energy sector. It raised questions about the potential risks and benefits of strategic partnerships and foreign investments in the pursuit of nuclear energy development and security. Media coverage and information dissemination. The Uranium One deal received extensive media coverage, but the controversy surrounding it also demonstrated the challenges of disseminating accurate information in a polarized media landscape. It underscored the importance of critical analysis, fact-checking, and responsible journalism in public discourse and decision-making. Public perception and trust in institutions. The Uranium One controversy contributed to public skepticism and eroded trust in government institutions. It highlighted the need for transparency, accountability, and effective communication to maintain public confidence in regulatory processes and decision-making. Heightened scrutiny of political figures. The Uranium One deal had lasting implications for political figures involved, particularly the Clintons. It underscored the intense scrutiny that public officials face and the potential consequences of even perceived improprieties, shaping the public's expectations for ethical conduct and transparency from elected officials. Focus on comprehensive oversight. The Uranium One controversy reinforced the importance of comprehensive oversight not only in specific transactions, but also in establishing robust mechanisms for assessing and mitigating potential risks associated with foreign investments. It emphasized the need for thorough due diligence, collaboration among relevant government agencies, and ongoing monitoring of strategic resource transactions. Rebuilding trust and public confidence. The Uranium One deal's fallout demonstrated the importance of rebuilding trust and restoring public confidence in government institutions. Efforts to enhance transparency, strengthen ethical standards, and promote accountability have been undertaken to address the concerns raised by the controversy. Academic and policy debates. The Uranium One deal sparked academic and policy debates surrounding the intersections of national security, energy, and geopolitics. It has been the subject of research, analysis, and discussions on the implications of foreign investments, strategic resources, and the governance of international trade and collaboration. Continued relevance and lessons. The Uranium One deal remains a subject of public interest and political discussion. It serves as a reminder of the complexities and challenges associated with foreign investments, national security, and the need for responsible governance and regulatory processes in an increasingly interconnected global economy. The 2008 financial crisis cover-up. Major financial institutions knowingly engaged in risky practices that contributed to the collapse of the global economy. The 2008 financial crisis was a global economic downturn that had far-reaching consequences, affecting financial markets, institutions, and individuals worldwide. Some aspects of the crisis involved complex financial mechanisms and market dynamics. Housing market bubble. The crisis originated in the U.S. housing market, where a speculative bubble had formed due to loose lending practices, low interest rates, and the securitization of mortgage-backed securities, MBS. Lenders offered subprime mortgages to borrowers with low creditworthiness, which increased the demand for housing and inflated prices. Subprime mortgage crisis. Subprime mortgages given to borrowers with poor credit history comprised a significant portion of the housing market. These mortgages were bundled into MBS and sold to investors. However, As the housing market declined and borrowers defaulted on their loans, the value of these securities plummeted, leading to massive losses for financial institutions. Securitization and complex financial instruments. Financial institutions created complex financial instruments such as collateralized debt obligations, SAS, and credit default swaps, CDs, which were tied to mortgage. Bag to mortgage. These instruments were highly leveraged and often lacked transparency, making it difficult to assess their risks accurately. Rating agencies. Rating agencies assigned high ratings to many mortgage-backed securities and complex financial instruments, giving investors a false sense of security. The reliance on these flawed ratings contributed to the overvaluation of these securities and the subsequent financial losses. Excessive risk, taking and leverage. Financial institutions engaged in aggressive risk-taking behavior, leveraging their capital to amplify potential profits. However, this also increased their vulnerability to market downturns and amplified the impact of the crisis when it occurred. Systemic risk and interconnectedness. The crisis exposed the interconnectedness of the global financial system. The failure of a few large financial institutions had a cascading effect, leading to a loss of confidence and freezing of credit markets. This had far-reaching consequences on the stability of financial institutions worldwide. Lack of regulatory oversight. Regulatory oversight and enforcement were insufficient to prevent risky lending practices, excessive leverage, and the creation of complex financial instruments. Financial regulations such as the Glass-Steagall Act had been weakened or repealed in the years leading up to the crisis, allowing for greater risk-taking and a lack of accountability. Global financialization and capital flows. The integration of global financial markets and increased capital flows facilitated the transmission of the crisis from the U.S. to other countries. The interconnectedness of financial institutions and cross-border investments magnified the impact of the crisis and led to its global spread. Government response and bailouts. In response to the crisis, governments implemented massive bailout packages to stabilize the financial system and prevent its collapse. These interventions, including the Troubled Asset Relief Program TARP in the United States, aimed to restore confidence, inject liquidity into markets, and support struggling financial institutions. Economic impact and long-term consequences. The financial crisis had severe economic consequences, including a global recession, high unemployment rates, and a decline in consumer and investor confidence. The crisis exposed underlying vulnerabilities in the financial system and prompted debates on the need for regulatory reforms and increased oversight. The CIA's involvement in Latin American coups. Allegations of CIA interventions in various Latin American countries to influence political outcomes. The Central Intelligence Agency, SCIA, has been involved in various Latin American coups and covert operations throughout the 20th century. These operations were part of the United States' efforts to exert influence, protect American interests, and counter perceived threats of communism in the region. Guatemala, 1954. Context. In 1954, the CIA orchestrated a coup in Guatemala to overthrow President Jacobo Arbenz, who had implemented land reforms and nationalized the United Fruit Company's holdings. Operation Pop Success. The CIA, in collaboration with Guatemalan exiles and military officers, provided arms, funds, and training to rebel forces led by Colonel Carlos Castillo Armas. They conducted a propaganda campaign and launched a military offensive that ultimately led to Arbenz's resignation. Cuba, 1961. Bay of Pigs invasion. The CIA orchestrated the Bay of Pigs invasion in April 1961, attempting to overthrow Fidel Castro's revolutionary government. Trained Cuban exiles with CIA support launched a failed military invasion, resulting in significant casualties and embarrassment for the United States. Dominican Republic, 1965, 1966. Context. In 1965, a civil war erupted in the Dominican Republic after the assassination of dictator Rafael Trujillo. The United States was concerned about the potential spread of communism and instability in the region. Operation Power Pack. The CIA supported a U.S. military intervention in the Dominican Republic to prevent a perceived communist takeover. The intervention aimed to restore stability, protect American citizens, and ensure the installation of a pro-U.S. government. Chile, 1970-1973. Context. In Chile, Salvador Allende, a Marxist, won the presidency in 1970, raising concerns in the United States about the spread of communism and threats to American business interests. Covert action. The CIA provided support to opposition groups, including funding political parties and labor unions, conducting media campaigns, and promoting economic sabotage to destabilize Allende's government. Role in the 1973 coup. The CIA's involvement escalated in the lead up to the military coup on September 11, 1973. They provided intelligence, training, and financial support to elements within the Chilean military led by General Augusto Pinochet, who ousted Allende and established a military dictatorship. Argentina, 1976-1983. Context. In Argentina, a military junta took power in 1976, leading to a brutal period known as the Dirty War, marked by widespread human rights abuses and disappearances. Support for the junta. The CIA provided support, including training, intelligence, and material assistance to the Argentine military junta during this period. The United States saw the junta as an ally against communism and supported its efforts to suppress left-wing opposition. Nicaragua, 1980s. Context. The Sandinista National Liberation Front FSLN came to power in Nicaragua in 1979, overthrowing the U.S.-backed Somoza dictatorship. The Reagan administration sought to undermine the Sandinistas due to ideological differences and concerns about Soviet influence. Covert support for Contras. The CIA, in collaboration with other U.S. intelligence agencies, provided support to the Contras, a rebel group opposing the Sandinista government. This support included funding, training, arms, and logistical assistance. The Contras conducted guerrilla warfare against the Sandinistas. The Monsanto PCB contamination. Accusations that Monsanto knew about the health risks associated with polychlorinated biphenyls, PCBs, but concealed this information. The Monsanto PCB contamination scandal refers to the environmental and public health crisis resulting from the production and widespread use of polychlorinated biphenyls, PCBs, by the Monsanto Company. PCBs, and Monsanto's role. Polychlorinated biphenyls, PCBs, are a group of synthetic organic chemicals that were widely used by industries from the 1930s to the 1970s due to their insulating and fire-resistant properties. Monsanto was the primary manufacturer of PCBs in the United States from the 1930s to the late 1970s. The company produced PCBs under the trade name Arachlor. Widespread use and environmental contamination. PCBs were used in a wide range of products, including electrical equipment, hydraulic fluids, plasticizers, and surface coatings. Their use resulted in significant environmental contamination. PCBs are persistent organic pollutants that do not easily break down in the environment. They can accumulate in the food chain and pose long-term risks to ecosystems and human health. Health risks and toxicity. PCBs have been classified as probable human carcinogens by the International Agency for Research on Cancer, IARC. They have also been associated with various adverse health effects, including immune system suppression, reproductive disorders, developmental delays in children, and neurotoxicity. Monsanto was aware of the potential health risks associated with PCBs, but continued to produce and promote their use without adequately warning the public or taking necessary precautions. Environmental contamination lawsuits. Numerous lawsuits were filed against Monsanto and other PCB manufacturers, alleging environmental contamination and health damages. The lawsuits focused on polluted sites such as waterways, landfills, and areas surrounding PCB production facilities. Monsanto faced significant legal challenges and financial liabilities due to these lawsuits. In some cases, the company was held responsible for cleaning up contaminated sites and compensating affected communities. Government regulation and bans. In the 1970s, growing concerns about the environmental and health impacts of PCBs led to increased regulation and restrictions on their use. The United States banned the production of PCBs in 1979, and other countries followed suit. The ban on PCBs reflected the recognition of their adverse effects and the need for stricter regulations to protect public health and the environment. Documented knowledge and cover-up allegations. Internal documents from Monsanto have surfaced, suggesting that the company was aware of the health and environmental risks associated with PCBs, but failed to take appropriate action or disclose information to the public. Some critics and activists have accused Monsanto of engaging in a cover-up by downplaying the dangers of PCBs and suppressing scientific research, linking the chemical to adverse health effects. Remediation efforts and cleanup. Remediation efforts have been undertaken to address the legacy of PCB contamination. These efforts include the cleanup of contaminated sites, monitoring and testing of affected areas, and the development of strategies to mitigate the long-term impacts of PCBs on ecosystems and human health. Public awareness and activism. The Monsanto PCB contamination scandal has raised public awareness about the environmental and health risks associated with industrial chemicals. It has sparked activism, advocacy for stricter regulations, and calls for corporate accountability. Lessons learned and regulation. The Monsanto PCB contamination scandal underscores the need for robust regulation, transparency, and corporate responsibility in the use and production of potentially hazardous chemicals. It has prompted discussions on the ethical responsibilities of corporations, the importance of government oversight, and the rights of communities affected by environmental contamination. St. Louis military experiments conspiracy, also known as the St. Louis Secret Cold War Spraying and Operation LAC. Historical context. The St. Louis military experiments occurred during the Cold War era, a period marked by intense rivalry between the United States and the Soviet Union. During this time, the U.S. government conducted various military and scientific experiments to study the potential impacts of chemical and biological agents. The spraying of zinc-cadmium sulfide. In the mid-1950s and again in the 1960s, the U.S. Army conducted experiments involving the spraying of zinc-cadmium sulfide, a fluorescent compound, over parts of St. Louis. The objective of the experiments was to study the dispersion patterns of potentially harmful aerosols in urban environments. Zinc-cadmium sulfide was chosen as a tracer substance to mimic the behavior of potential biological or chemical warfare agents. Locations and methods of spraying. The Army sprayed zinc-cadmium sulfide using different methods. This included motorized blowers atop the Pruitt, Ego housing complex from the backs of station wagons, and possibly even via planes. Other locations reportedly subjected to spraying included schools and public areas in predominantly low-income neighborhoods. Lack of informed consent. One of the key controversies surrounding these experiments is the lack of informed consent. The residents of St. Louis were largely unaware that they were being subjected to experiments involving the release of potentially harmful substances. Critics argue that the government failed to adequately inform and obtain consent from the affected communities, raising ethical concerns regarding the treatment of human subjects. Health and environmental concerns. The long-term health effects of exposure to zinc-cadmium sulfide remain a topic of debate. Some studies have suggested potential links between cadmium exposure and adverse health outcomes, such as respiratory issues and cancer. Government investigations and findings. Several government investigations have been conducted to examine the St. Louis military experiments. The most notable investigation was conducted by the Senate Subcommittee on Constitutional Rights in 1972. The investigations generally concluded that the spraying of zinc-cadmium sulfide in St. Louis was part of research efforts to understand the behavior of aerosol particles and did not involve the release of harmful substances. However, these findings have been met with skepticism by some critics. Legacy and lessons learned. The St. Louis military experiments raise important ethical questions regarding the treatment of human subjects in scientific research and the need for informed consent. The incident highlights the importance of transparency and accountability in conducting research involving potentially hazardous substances, as well as the need to ensure that communities are properly informed and protected during such experiments. The Black Budget. Allegations of secret government programs and expenditures not disclosed to the public. The term black budget refers to the allocation of funds by a government or intelligence agency for classified or covert programs and operations. The existence of black budgets is not a conspiracy theory, but rather a well-known and acknowledged practice in many countries. However, due to the secretive nature of these budgets, the specific details and amounts of funding allocated to classified projects are not publicly disclosed. Definition and purpose. Black budget. The black budget refers to funds allocated for classified programs, intelligence operations, defense research, and other covert activities that are not publicly disclosed or subject to regular budgetary scrutiny. Purpose. Black budgets provide governments and intelligence agencies with the necessary resources to carry out sensitive operations, including intelligence gathering, surveillance, defense projects, and research in areas such as advanced technology, weaponry, and strategic initiatives. Classified programs and operations. Intelligence gathering. Black budgets often support intelligence agencies in collecting information through various means, including espionage, signals intelligence, and human intelligence. Covert operations. Some black budget funding is used for covert operations such as counterintelligence activities, sabotage, disruption of enemy networks, or support for clandestine military operations. Defense research and development. A portion of black budget funds is directed towards research and development of advanced technologies, including weapons systems, cyber capabilities, and strategic initiatives. Secrecy and lack of transparency. Due to the classified nature of black budget programs, details about specific projects, funding allocations, and outcomes are not disclosed to the public. This lack of transparency has led to speculation and conspiracy theories regarding the potential misuse of funds or undisclosed activities. Oversight and accountability. While the specifics of black budget programs are not publicly disclosed, they still undergo oversight and accountability processes within the government. This oversight is typically conducted by committees, such as intelligence committees, in the legislative branch and internal review mechanisms within the intelligence community. Whistleblower revelations. Over the years, some whistleblowers have exposed certain aspects of black budget programs, revealing information about specific projects or activities that were previously classified. These disclosures have shed light on controversial programs, surveillance activities, or abuses of power. Examples. Historical examples of black budget programs include the U.S. Central Intelligence Agencies, CIA, black projects during the Cold War era, which involved covert operations, experiments, and intelligence gathering. The U.S. Department of Defense's classified research programs, such as the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA have received black budget funding to develop advanced technologies and defense capabilities. National security and justification. Governments argue that black budget funding is necessary to safeguard national security, protect sensitive intelligence methods, and maintain a competitive edge in defense capabilities. They contend that the secrecy surrounding these programs is essential to avoid compromising ongoing operations and to protect sources and methods from adversaries.